Welcome you all to this month's Governance and Strategic Planning Committee. I'm going to pass over to Karen for the notice and summons of meeting and the attendance and apologies.
Thank you, Chair. To all members of the Governance and Strategic Planning Committee, you're hereby summoned to attend the monthly meeting of Governance and Strategic Planning, which will be a hybrid meeting conducted remotely via WebEx and physically in the Council Chamber on Tuesday the 7th of March at 4 p.m. And I'll take the roll call. Alderman Alan Breesland.
Here.
Thank you. Alderman Morris Devaney.
Here, Karen.
Thank you. Alderman Derek Hussey is in the chamber. Alderman Drew Thompson.
I think Drew's haven't bothered getting online, so I've asked for the invite to be resent, Karen.
Okay, no problem. Councillor Raymond Barr.
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Gary Donnelly. Thank you. Councillor Roy Farrell.
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Conor Heaney is in the chamber. Councillor Christopher Jackson. Thank you. Councillor Emma McGinley is in the chamber. Councillor Rory McHugh.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sean Mooney is here. Councillor Declan Norris is here. And Councillor Brian Tierney is here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Karen. So item 3 is the broadcasting statement. I would like to remind everyone present at this meeting in the chamber or in attendance remotely that this meeting will be broadcast live to the internet and will be capable of repeated viewing. This broadcast will be terminated or suspended in accordance with our protocol. Due to your attendance at this meeting, you are consenting to being filmed and to the use and storage of those images for broadcasting and training purposes and for the purpose of keeping historical records and making those records available to the public. Members and approved speakers are reminded that to only have their mics and cameras on while speaking at the meeting and to use the chat facility to highlight a request to speak. A copy of the Council's privacy notice may be found on the Council website. So, moving forward, item 4 is the declarations of members' interests. You can do that now or throughout the meeting when anything arises, and we'll have it noted. So moving on, our first item that is open for decision, we've got 3 deputations today, the first of which I would like to welcome Barry Boyle, who's the convener of Unite the Union, and Troy Hunter, who would be the shop steward for the Housing Executive. Unfortunately, we have had apologies from Sheila McDade from NIPSA. I think she had a wee procedure last week and she wasn't able to make it today. So I'm going to pass over to Barry and to Troy for their deputation. Following that, we'll open it up for any questions or comments. So over to yourselves, gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a bad thing. Thank you very much for having us here today. I am a convener for Unite the Union. I've been an electrician for 35 years before I got involved with the trade union side in the Housing Executive. I would not be a native here, but I did spend 40 years in Letterkenny, which is almost a native here. We are out on strike. We have been out on strike now for 7 months. We have been continuously on strike since the beginning of September. Most of our lads are on strike at less than £20,000 a year. And it got to the stage that after 10, 12, 15 years of below inflationary pay rises, that had all come to a head after COVID with the cost of living crisis. Our workers who are working for a semi-state body in 2023 went through Christmas, some of them without having a hot meal in the house. We have people who attend a picket line every day because local businesses provide them with a hot snack and a cup of tea. And they don't get that whenever they go home. They're sitting in coal flats. They're sitting with families who are attending food banks from a week and a half to 2 weeks out of their monthly salary. And when we brought this to management's attention, we were told that we must learn to live within our means, that the Housing Executive was not interested in negotiations, that they weren't going to talk to us. They did come back with a one-off offer of £1,000 and 1 pay increment for anyone below spinal point 8. In real terms, a 1 pay increment below spinal point 8 would bring some workers up to the national living wage, and other workers would still be below it. By today's calculations, anybody below spinal point 10 will not make the living wage from the 1st of April. So they were forced into this. The £1,000 that was offered is money that would be spent. It would fill a hole from Christmas. It would buy a fill of home heating oil, and then it's spent. And the workers are being condemned to another year or 2 years back at food banks, back struggling for a way to live. So when that pay offer came out, it was rejected by 99.5% of our workforce who were on strike. That workforce returned a ballot of 95%. It's about the strongest mandate that's going. These people have shown resilience far and beyond anything that was expected of them. 7 months on strike is a long time. It takes a toll. It takes a toll on everybody. It takes a toll on the people who are striking and their families. And even aside from that, the effect that it has had on the housing executive as an organisation has been tremendous. But the housing executive are hiding it. As we speak, there's somewhere north of 12,000 jobs that have not even made it to the computer system, because at that point it would be reportable and they can't hide it. There's a couple of hundred disabled adoptions that haven't been done, and there's the same again, maybe a few less, in what they call COTs, a change of tenancies, where new families would be moving into a property that has been vacated by another tenant. And that's all work that's not happening because these guys are on strike. And with the best will in the world, I can't ask them to go back to work for what's being offered, because they're being denied dignity and self-respect, and they have to stand for something. We're not talking here about unskilled people. We're talking about builders, plasterers, painters, electricians, plumbers. We're talking about people who could double their wage by going elsewhere, and yet they're working for 1 penny more than the minimum wage. And they do it because the housing executive for the DLO is nearly more of a vocation than a job. They fill a role in our society where basically what the postman used to do, they call it every house. They know everybody in a housing estate. They know the widowers, they know the elderly, they know the sick, they know the people who are afraid to go out. They'll give up their lunch breaks to go to the shop to buy a pint of milk and a cup of tea or a biscuit or a cup of coffee, and they'll spend a half an hour sitting with these people. And they've got absolutely no recognition for it. They've done that on a daily basis. They've done it right through the 2 years of COVID. They've done it when COVID was deemed to be very dangerous. They've done it at the cost of their own health and their family's health. And now whenever it comes time to pay the piper, the housing executive are just refusing to do it. So I'm here to ask you to support us in our action, to support the striking workers, to show some solidarity with the working people, and to hopefully force the housing executive to come back to the negotiation table so that we can resolve this. And on a broader issue, through this strike, through the interaction of our striking workers up in the Diamond with tenants and tenants associations, there's an appetite to bring response maintenance back to Derry Strabane. There's an appetite from workers. The Minister for Communities had told us that she wanted to bring contracts back into the housing executive's remit. So there's an appetite on the other side as well. And as political figures, I think you could bring a lot of pressure to bear to bring response maintenance back to this area so that private contractors are not bringing in workers from Portadown and Belfast, Armagh and Tyrone, while you have local men sitting in their houses at night looking for work. Thank you.
How you doing? How you doing? My name's Troy Hunter. I'm the NIG shop steward also for here in Derry. We're the grounds maintenance team in Derry. As Barry pointed out there, they have issues in Belfast, Coleraine, Portadown, where they have the response maintenance there. We don't have it here. And whenever we were handing out leaflets during our dispute, still during our dispute, they say things aren't getting done. People of the town didn't understand because we aren't doing the homes, but we're looking after everything outside the house. Greens, trees, everything else. And it's just, would like yourselves, for the solidarity support, to help us bring this action to an end. You know, the people of the town is fantastic. The councillors I've met, the parties I've met, all fantastic. We're really now asking anybody and everybody to step up and help us bring this dispute to an end. That's all I have to say, guys.
Thank you both very much. I'm going to pass over. Is there any members? Councillor Jackson, go ahead.
Chair, and on behalf of Sinn Féin, I just want to welcome you here and send our party's solidarity full support to the housing executive workers. You have outlined, and I think we're all only too aware that the strike has been ongoing for 7 months, and it is really frustrating for all of us that we're not seeing the progress that we need to see. I think we've continuously, particularly over the last year, had motions coming in through this council showing solidarity to different workers, including the housing executive workers, and calling for employers to engage constructively with trade unions. And the housing executive's no different. You have outlined the valuable role, and as elected reps, every single one of us recognise the valuable role that housing executive maintenance workers play to so many people in this city and district, and we fully support these in terms of the demands for fair play, demands for those response maintenance contracts. Because I think the fact remains is that whilst workers have been underpaid, we have seen that there was an increase in budgets to the private sector. And we want to see a completely different model in how the housing executive's funded. We recognise that there's huge changes that's needed, and there needs to be a huge investment in finance in terms of the housing executive stock and land. But most importantly in all of that, there needs to be fair pay to workers, because they are the real assets in terms of the housing executive. So whatever we can do, we will do. But from our group within this council chamber, we fully support the stand that you have taken and continue to take, and hope that there's a resolution in the not too distant future. But I just want to take this opportunity to welcome you into the chamber today and give our ongoing solidarity to yourselves and all those that are taking industrial action. They demand fair pay, and they demand and ensure that your voices are heard by and employers step up and recognise the value that you provide to our society. So I just want to finish there and just say thank yous and welcome yous again into the chamber. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Tierney.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the SDLP group, we send our full support to Troy and Barry and all their colleagues who have unfortunately found themselves in the picket line over this last 7 months. 7 months to be on strike is a huge amount of time. So we fully understand how committed you are as a group, but how let down you also must feel by your employer, i.e. Northern Housing Executive. And I think the banner which is on display says it all. Strike, they want improved pay and conditions. And Barry, when you were talking, I was thinking about how and what it is you need us to do. And you said, and I'm paraphrasing, you're here to ask for support to force NIHE to negotiations to resolve this issue. It's very clear that as a workforce, you're looking to resolve it, but you're being ignored by Northern Housing Executive, and I think that's a shame. I really do. Whatever we can do as a group or corporately as a council to support you to try and force the Northern Housing Executive back to negotiations to get this brought to an end. The area that I represent, but it's the same for a lot of my colleagues across the chamber, in Ballyarnett and Gala and Chantallo, we fully understand and appreciate the work that your teams do in our areas. The grounds maintenance, is a big thing in those particular areas, and in an area where we've got lots of green space. It is really well maintained, and we want that to continue. We understand that, to do that, it's only right that you get a fair day's pay for it, because it makes our communities a lot better. So whatever we can do as a group, we're certainly up for doing it and up for supporting you. I think it speaks volumes that the pay offer that was offered was rejected by 99.5% of those on strike. I think that speaks volumes, and I don't think from NIHE's perspective it was a serious offer to even try and kickstart discussions or negotiations if it was rejected by such a huge number or a huge percentage of the people that were on strike. We would also welcome a conversation around the response maintenance and what that means and what that looks like for Derry and Strabane. It is an issue. It's one that we get all the time, that there is no response maintenance locally, and it's contractors coming in one thing and another. I know by talking to you, I'm talking to people who already know what the problem is, but we would be definitely keen to have that conversation with you as a union and to see then how we can progress that as a council up through the structures of the housing sector, because I think it's something that not only your workforce and our constituents would benefit, but our whole community would benefit from that. So we would be definitely keen to have that discussion. I think it's something, Chair, that we might look into maybe in the next mandate of this council, given the up and coming election. But look, on behalf of our group within the SDLP, we send our full support to each and every one of you. I think it's shameful that you have had to stand on a picket line for 7 months demanding a fair day's pay, and whatever we can do to help, support, or to force people's hand to get them back into a room and round the table, we're certainly open to do so. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Traynor, and I would agree with you in terms of that conversation. Councillor Harkin.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome Barry and Troy to the council today. Thanks for coming in and making your case to councillors, and People Before Profits extend our solidarity as well to all your co-workers and everybody that's been on the picket line now for 7 months. And as you said, Barry, he's been on the picket line for 7 months. It's one of the longest strikes in public sector history here in the north. And I think that the maintenance workers have been absolutely brilliant in standing up for their rights. They shouldn't have to do this. And this strike could be resolved today if the housing executive leadership came to their senses and actually began to treat their workers with dignity and respect. And this is a strike that is not only impacting the workers that have been out on strike now for 7 months, as you said yourself, it's impacting residents as well in all the areas that you care for day in, day out. And it shows that there's a problem as well with the housing executive leadership, that they are not taking that on board. So I think these are right. They've rejected the contract offers that these have been made. Absolutely. I mean, we're in a cost of living crisis that everybody knows about, and people have every right to stand up and take action for what I would say is a modest pay raise. So I think that I hope that you will stick this out and stay together. And you have been there for lots of other workers, Royal Mail picket lines, nurses and health and social care workers. Anybody that's been on strike, the housing executive workers have been turning up in solidarity, and that's been absolutely phenomenal. I think what the pay that you receive has put a spotlight on poverty pay. And it's, I'm sure you welcome the fact that the main political parties or the big political parties are endorsing your strike and saying that they support you. But look, there's two aspects of this. Stormont has been all right for a long time with poverty pay, and Stormont has been all right with privatising and outsourcing for a long, long time. So I think, in my experience on the picket lines with you, a lot of people are fed up with platitudes from the big parties, because I don't think any of the big parties have done anywhere near enough to bring pressure to the housing executive to actually resolve this in your favour. I think a lot more could be done. And I think that there's an issue there with people saying one thing, but then not really being willing to put pressure on workers, because low pay has been tolerated for a long, long time. So people are now being forced out on the picket line because they're not getting any real support from the main political parties. If it hadn't been the case, we wouldn't be dealing with the kind of poverty pay that yourselves and other groups of workers are experiencing right now. So people before profit as well, we want this, first of all, this pay dispute to be resolved in your favour, where you get the demands that you are making met. And we think that there needs to be action as well to bring outsourced work back in-house. That should be done by the public sector, properly paid for, in conjunction with actually meeting the housing needs right across our society. So we hope, and we'll be there, we'll continue to back you on the strike, and we hope that the case that you have made today, that the bigger parties will actually begin to do something to support the strike. Solidarity.
Thanks, Councillor Harkin. Councillor Donnelly.
Good Chair. I'd like to welcome Barry and Troy. Housing executive, it's a model of best practice. It comes from the civil rights era. It's a very important organisation, and that's not just words for the sake of it. Anybody who deals with, particularly from working class areas, will know the value of the housing executive and the difference between the housing executive and the other housing associations. The housing executive is defended in this chamber robustly by all public representatives, but the housing executive needs to be held to account. They can't be treating their workers like this. Workers are suffering. I've been up at the picket line a number of times, and it's very clear the workers are suffering and workers' families are also suffering. And not only that, but working class areas are suffering as a result of what's going on here. The work isn't being done, and there's actually health and safety issues. If I was contacted by an elderly disabled man about 2 months ago who nearly took a tumble down the steps because it was full of leaves and that. So there is a lot of issues. The housing executive, the chief executive, had been questioned from this chamber in the past, and she announced that she was going into talks the next day. But apparently, when she went into the talks, she spent no time at the talks, and she ended up walking out. I think it's an absolute disgrace that workers are on strike for 7 months. I don't think I agree with previous speaker that not enough is being done. you know, it's not a matter of paying lip service to this organisation. I think, and I think that we need to work together in order to maximise the pressure on the housing executive, so that there is no doubt that we're firmly on the side of the workers and that they need to get their act together. So I'd just like to express my solidarity with the striking workers and all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. Alderman Devaney is my next speaker.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing me in. And can I just say on behalf of the DEP group, and can I welcome Troy and Barry to the meeting? And look, on behalf of our party, we have always stated that, look, we do believe that a fair pay raise for everyone is across the board, and that's including yourselves. We do talk about the executive, and look, we do support the executive when they come in. And look, at the end of the day, I do believe, like some of the rest of the speakers, the housing executive needs a financial injection to bring it into 2023. And look, in around, it's worrying to hear the jobs, you know, not even on the computer, and that, you know, that is causing concern for me. And you know, it's housing executive tenants that suffer because work isn't being carried out. And as some of the rest of the speakers have mentioned, and around grounds maintenance, which is vitally important as well. Look, at the end of the day, as I stated before, look, we say that everyone deserves a fair pay for the job that they do. And thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alderman Devaney. Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you guys for coming in with the presentation. I mean, living wage and minimum wage are set by national government, so it's an absolute disgrace that any public sector organisation would not be paying a living wage, and particularly the type of workers that you're talking about, because you rightly highlighted, we're talking about skilled tradesmen. Anybody here who wants a wee job done about the house or something like that, try and get somebody that's going to be able to do it. Here, the housing executive have these skilled tradesmen, and the demand for their skills is, you know, is throughout the area, and they are remaining faithful to the housing executive and not being recognised by the housing. That's an absolute disgrace. Shame on the housing executive. I fully support the issue of bringing response maintenance back to Londonderry, and I think you actually said you didn't want workers from Tyrone coming in as well. I hope I didn't hear. I hope I didn't hear that, because of course the southern part of our council area is Tyrone, and I hope that our Tyrone workers are welcome to work within that sector. I think maybe I heard it wrong. I don't know. I note the banner to improve pay and conditions. And I also note that you're not just talking about your own conditions of work. You're talking about the serious deterioration that is occurring within the housing stock and being allowed to happen because there is nobody there to fix the problems when they go wrong. From the Ulster Union's perspective, you have our full support. But can I, through you, Chair, we have actually our Housing Council representative at the meeting. I'd like to hear from our representative as to what's the response within the Housing Council. And I would also think that we, as a council, should be asking our representative on the Housing Council to reflect the comments that have been across this chamber if there is another meeting of the Housing Council to be held before the next actual election or whatever. Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. I have two other speakers before I'll go to ask Alderman Breslin if he's willing to give that update. Councillor Farrell.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Barry and Troy, for coming here today. And I think, you know, there's unanimous support from right across the chamber, which we don't normally get. So it just shows how much, you know, the work that you do is valued by every representative on this council. And, you know, we had this discussion back in October where this motion was discussed, the strike action was discussed, and your invitation here came from that motion. But one of the things that was mentioned was that we would write to the Minister for Communities asking her to directly intervene. Unfortunately, we don't have a minister any longer. We don't have a government any longer. So, no minister can intervene and resolve this. It's up to the housing executive. And whilst everybody is saying exactly the same thing, sending solidarity, sending support, what I would like to see and what we would like to see is that there's some sort of action comes out of today. So I've sent a proposal to Paula where we write directly to the Chief Executive of the Housing Executive, Gráinne Long, stating our unequivocal support for the demands of the striking workers and asking her to immediately convene discussions with the union to bring this long-running issue to an immediate end. Because there's no point to us talking about it in here and having no output or outcome at the end of it. So, that's a formal proposal, but thank you.
Thank you. I was actually going to second it, Brian. I think it's a good proposal. I know it's not the normal process, but I think it's important that we do have actions that come out of this deputation. So I'm happy to second that. On the proposal, is there any comments? Or I know I've Councillor O'Neill listed to come on, but it's just we have a proposal on the table at this stage. Councillor O'Neill, do you want to go ahead?
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for letting me in because I'm not a member of this committee. But it's great to have Barry and Troy here in the council chamber. It was ourselves who proposed to invite you in to present at this meeting because it's so important that we hear directly from workers who are on the picket line, who are fighting back about the real issues that you're fighting for. And just to say first and foremost, the housing executive maintenance workers are an absolute inspiration to workers who are on strike and workers who are fighting back everywhere. They've set the bar when it comes to not standing down to mediocre pay offers, and these are an absolute inspiration for us all. And we offer our full solidarity, as you well know, to yourselves. We've been up many times on the picket lines, and I suppose the thing is, like we've been on many picket lines, across this city, talking directly to workers, and whether it's the housing executive maintenance workers, the DFI roads, or the health and social care service, and time again, we're seeing the same pattern of how our government is treating our public sector, whether it's outsourcing, whether it's privatisation, and whether it's frontline workers earning an absolute pittance pay, where public sector pay has been frozen for decades and has not kept up with the rate of inflation. And it's an absolute disgrace, and it just shows you the political decisions that have led to our public sector, in many realms being on its knees, and the workers, and it's time now that the workers are saying enough is enough. We're at a moment where we actually can't take it anymore. Like, people working in the public sector can't afford to keep going on like this. And there's been a decision made by public sector workers fighting back that we won't keep going like this, and that we're ready to stand up and fight back for what public sector workers really deserve. Because the thing is, I'm sure you are all so proud to work for the housing executive, because it is an institution that we're all so proud of, and that we're proud that exists, and rightly so. But we can't just take advantage of that pride in working for the public sector, because it's been taken advantage of for far too long. You need a proper pay increase, and our council fully backs you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Brian, Troy, just before I come back to you, I just want to know, Alderman Breslin is online. Alderman Hussey had asked if there was any update, if this had been discussed at the Housing Council, and if you can pass this back through if there's another meeting. Is there any update from you on that?
Madam Chairman, can I come in there?
Yeah, go ahead.
It is brought up at every other month the meeting is. And it's brought up every meeting. It's brought up, and there is ones agreeing with the workers stake. It's not all the one voice, but there is arguments put forward for the workers at the meeting, and I'm not going to say no more after that, because but there's there are people on there thinking on the workers as well.
Okay, so if there is another meeting in advance of the close down, I suppose, of council before the election, if you could raise that this council is fully in support of.
According to when the close down is.
There's not. Okay, okay. Councillor Jackson, and then I'm going to pass back to Troy and Barry.
Chair, just on the proposal, we fully support the proposal as put forward. And I don't want to confuse things, but I think given the urgency of this, and hopefully we do see some resolution, but I think it would be important coming from this council area that we do include a demand for response maintenance contracts to be awarded to housing executive staff within this council area. So again, I don't want to cause confusion, but if we're writing to the chief executive of the housing executive, I would suggest that we include that demand coming from this council.
Okay, Councillor Harkin, are we looking on that same point?
Just on the motion in general, yeah, we're people before profit are happy to support the motion. We're not members of this particular committee, so we couldn't propose it ourselves. And I think we should include both aspects. The call for the CEO of the housing executive to meet with and renegotiate the issues with Unite and with the housing maintenance workers and resolve the issues this week. There should be urgent action in that, and we should move immediately on the issue of outsourcing. In the October motion that was passed, we made the same demand, which was that the housing executive should meet the demands of the housing executive workers. And if they had a listen then, we could have resolved the strike months and months ago, and we wouldn't be having this meeting, and there wouldn't be the frustration, and there wouldn't be hundreds of meetings, workers going to Belfast to talk about the next steps of their strategy. And you NIPSA members wouldn't be also balloting now and planning to go out on strike action as well. So this could have been resolved. And I think that there's been a lack of political pressure on the housing executive to resolve it. So we fully support the motion, but we actually think it's far more important to stand with workers on the picket line and show publicly that we're serious about backing the strikers. Because look, we know how letters work. Letters sometimes end up on the bin, and the decisive part in this strike isn't a letter coming from this council, though I back that. It's the action that the workers are taking themselves. So for those councillors that haven't bothered to turn up on the picket line even once since this strike was started, I would urge them to join the picket line right now. And I think that sends a far stronger message from the council than a letter. But we will back sending this same motion to the housing executive leadership again.
Okay, were you looking to put that as an amendment, Christopher?
If it's necessary, I will. But I was hoping that it could be incorporated within the motion.
If it can just be part of the action. Okay, Councillor Farah, go ahead.
Just I don't want this to descend on the chaos here, but Councillor Harkin is saying that he supports the writing of this letter. Thank you, Sean, by the way. But he's saying this is just a further letter requesting the same thing. The motion that was actually agreed in October didn't result in a letter because it didn't say write, and it didn't call on the housing executive to do anything at all. So just to set the record straight in that, Sean.
Thank you. I think that the action from Councillor Jackson can be included on the wording of the letter. It wouldn't need an amendment. Would that be fair? Yep. And are you happy enough with that, Councillor Farrell? Aye, happy days, okay. I'm going to pass back. That was proposed and seconded, and I think it's been supported unanimously in the same way that the workers from the Housing Executive have been supported unanimously across this chamber. I'm going to pass to Barry if you want to make any closing comments just in relation to the comments made today.
Thank you for your solidarity. There's a gentleman here from Sinn Féin. There's another one here from the SDLP and the UUP, and the DUP's on camera, yeah?
Yes.
For Sinn Féin, you have two representatives on the board of directors, Catherine O'Latter and Mickey Ruan. And we approached both and asked them for support. We approached Councillor Breslin for support. We got nothing from any of them. We approached Colin Eastwood. We sat in his office and we asked him, would he ask a question in the House of Commons of Richie Sunak or Chris Heaton-Harris, and he assured us that he would, and it never happened. We have asked the same of the UUP, and it never happened. So I'm saying that your solidarity is greatly appreciated, but action speaks louder than words. And right now, we need more than a photo op and a soundbite on a picket line, because these are your constituents that are suffering. And it doesn't matter if they're from the water side or the bog side. It costs as much to rear a Protestant child as it does to rear a Catholic child. And that is where we need to be. We need to forget about party politics and pull together for the working class, the people who are going without, the people who have sold their cars and walked to work because they can't afford it. You have got people on the picket line in the Diamond earning £9.80 per hour through an agency. That's below minimum wage. That's going on in this city right now. You've got full-time members of staff earning £9.81, 1 penny over the minimum wage. You know, it's just, at what point does it become not acceptable? This city was built on civil rights. Everybody pulled together. I know in Unite, we never ask anybody what colour they are, who they lie down with, or what path they take to God, because it doesn't matter. Because we're all going the same place, we're all in the same boat. And while your solidarity is recognised and much appreciated, we would ask you to stand behind your words and please help these people out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Barry and Troy, I really, really appreciate you coming in and presenting to us today. I think you've made your point, you've made it well. And we do fully support you as a council. We fully back the demands of the workers within the housing executive. And anything that we can do, we will do. And I can commit to that. So thank you. Okay, folks, so moving on, item 6 on today's agenda is a deputation from Niall McKenna, Damien Harvey and Brenton Hurl from the Enough is Enough Lives Lost on the A5 campaign, who are here in the chamber with us. I'd like to welcome you. I'm going to hand over, we'll get your presentation on the screen, and then similar fashion as we did with the housing executive there, you'll do your presentation and we'll open it up for comments from members. So thank you.
Thank you very much for the invite here today. I'm Niall McKenna, chair of the A5 Enough is Enough group. And I suppose for those of you who don't know who we are, what we're about, we would have, our origins would come from the death of John Rafferty at the end of October 2022. John Rafferty was a clubmate of my own, and he died on the A5 in a crash, as I said, at the end of October. At the start of November 2022, just a day after the funeral, Tyrone GAA were having a monthly meeting at their centre in Girvahy. And we were talking about the death of John, who was a previous Tyrone minor footballer, Tyrone under-20 footballer, very much an up-and-coming star. And I suppose the mood in the room was that there was a lot of people who were directly affected by this road and by deaths on it. And we talked it out for a while, and we decided that we would do something about it. And our message is very, very simple on it, that we just decided enough is enough, especially in relation to deaths on the road. Now, in terms of the statistics on the road, it's an awful way to look at things, but we'll mention it anyway. The dual carriageway from Auckland to Derry here was approved by the Assembly in July 2007. This is nearly 16 years ago. There has been 44 deaths on that road since that road was approved. It has been subject to 3 successful challenges, which has delayed it. And the current committee plan appeal that's due to decide on it is going to resume, we believe, in May. So those statistics, and as I say, I hate to call it statistics, it's 44 deaths, but it's 44 houses and homes that are devastated by the loss of a loved one. That's an average of 3 a year, 1 every 4 months. So if you look at it statistically, if John died at the end of October last year, it's statistically due another one any of these days, and that's the horrific reality of this road as it is at the moment. A couple of reasons just why we would have got involved, or why Tyrone GAA would have got involved. For those that don't know, our headquarters in Tyrone is in Girvahy, which is halfway between Ballagolly and Omagh, so we're right bang in the middle of the road. We had made the point at the meeting that night that, you know, it is probably inevitable if this continues that sometime we're going to bring a young person or an older person to their death. They're coming to us for training, or an older person may be coming to a meeting. And the reality of that is that statistically it's inevitable that somebody will die coming to us or leaving us. That's quite a horrific thought. I suppose we also believe that we're a fairly big community organisation in the area, and we should probably use our influence here to try and protect our membership. So that's where we've come out of. Our message is simple: enough is enough. We're not prepared to tolerate the status quo anymore. And we have been working since that date to a public launch that we had in Girvahy on the 23rd of January. It was very well attended, very much family orientated, the families of the victims orientated. Would like to think that we've started to give them a bit of a collective voice. And the families, for any of you that were there on the night, or for those of you that weren't, maybe I would encourage you to maybe look at the Tyrone YouTube channel, and it's up there, lasted about an hour, and it was quite harrowing, to say the least. There were a lot of tears shed on the night. You know, the horrors of some of the stories, you know, that the families would tell you about getting a knock on the door late at night and seeing the reflective jackets outside the glass of the door, and knowing that they're about to hear news that's going to devastate them. They talked about going to the morgue and taking a sheet down of the lifeless body of a child, and it was quite horrific stuff to be listening to be quite honest. But it was hard hitting, and that is the reality of the situation at the moment. We would certainly like to make the point that, you know, as much as we are an organisation that has our origins in Tyrone GAA, this issue is much larger than both Tyrone and the GAA. This road will not discriminate. It will kill you regardless of what sport you follow or none. And it's certainly not just, you know, an issue for Tyrone. And the road stretches from Auckland, so it affects people from North Monaghan, up north, all the way through West Tyrone, and here in the Derry City. So it affects everybody along that, in those communities, people from Donegal that are travelling along it, and people from outside that just have to use that road as well for work or for whatever. So it's a horrific thought, to be honest, that there's somebody dying on this needlessly. We would argue every 4 months on average. The other voice that we got very clearly from our night in Girvahi was that the communities that live along this road, and a lot of parents would have spoke to us about the fears that they have of their children driving along this road on a daily basis, and the fear they have every time they leave the house in the car, and hoping that they'll return safely. So to say, look, our message is very simple. We're an advocacy group for the delivery of the promise of July 2007, which was a new road, a dual carriageway from Auckland to Derry, and that's very simply what we're demanding. And the last point I would make on it really is just, some people have said to us, will this new road, stop all the fatalities? And our message is very clear. It certainly will, and there's no doubt about that. And our evidence for that is the old A4 road, which was the road between Ballagolly and Dungannon, which was promised at around the same time as the A5, and it was delivered, unlike this road. And when it came into operation, there was a 97% drop in deaths along that road. And that's quite a stark statistic. And as I say, it was equally as dangerous a road. There was equally as many deaths on it, and there was a 97% drop in deaths. So the new road, the new dual carriageway, is the only way to stop these fatalities, and we would demand the implementation of that promise. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to take you through the 4 aims, because we're very simplistic view of this here. And our 4 aims, obviously, to support the actions required to bring about an end to a process that's now 15 and a half years. I believe the A8 down in between Larne and Ballyclare, from start to finish, that process lasted 5.5 years. And 15 and a half years is an awful long time to wait for the people of West Tyrone and this part of the world. And we believe that, quite simply, that 15 and a half year wait has to come to an end. The Assembly passed it to proceed with it, and we're waiting. We're still waiting on it. So the second one, to positively promote the need to begin work on the new A5 as soon as possible, and that's what today is about. And then in the meantime, to seek any immediate mitigating road improvements that can be set out to saving lives. And the final part of that there is to share any road safety messaging that we can educate people on the danger of the road. And I've heard a lot about this recently. We've heard, since we began this campaign, we've heard the odd sly remark like, should just drive easier on the road. Our people are going to their work every day. There's people driving to this part of the world to their work every day, and to other parts of Tyrone and beyond to their work every day. And I would ask you simply, if you were to get into the car now and drive to Ballagolly roundabout, how long is that going to take you? There isn't a set time on this road. We thought it would take us 40 minutes from where we were leaving today. We were landed behind a tractor, a slow-moving bus, a lorry, and a car in front. The amount of traffic on this road, and the people that are trying to get out of side roads. This lady drove out in front of us today, just up above us. This morning, we've heard that the road was closed to Strabane because of an accident on the road. It simply has to. The statistics are crazy. The deaths are one thing. Put an FOA into the PSNI, and we are blown away by what's come back in terms of the number of crashes that are actually probably not even reported anymore in the paper because it's just normal. We are normalising the fact that there are not only life-threatening but life-affecting injuries that are happening on this road every single day. So, very clear in our message, and I'll hand over to Brendan.
Just want to start by saying that we're delighted to be here in this very historic city, very historic building, and to be given an opportunity to speak to you and to present our case. So thanks very much for that. And whilst we're delighted to be here and happy to be here, we probably shouldn't be here. And that's very important to say. It's not our job. I've taken time out of work today, and my two colleagues have done, and we belong to an organisation that's purely voluntary. But somebody has had to take up the baton and lift the baton, and we have done that. And I think we've done it to very good effect. And I see on the media there, 180 businesses in the Northwest have signed a petition and sent it in recently to the various councils. And we were listening to the NIHE lads in there, and they were talking about sending letters and stuff like that there. And there was a bit of an argument whether it has any effect or not. And I don't know if it has any effect or not, but anything we do is all about saving lives. And we're a sporting organisation. We just happen to be the Gaelic Athletic Association. We could be rugby, we could be soccer, we could be hockey, we could be cricket, we could be any sport. But that's what we do. And this is literally life-saving. And as I say, it ought not to be left to a sporting organisation to put pressure on councils and on governments. And I'm sorry if you think I'm maybe coming across as lecturing you. I'm not. Right. What I am pointing out to you, and I'm pointing out to you fairly emphatically, is that it's not our job. It's your job. It's part of your remit. You're part of government. And we need the A5 built. And I know that the delays aren't down to you, but it's incumbent upon you as elected representatives of this council area and the area in which the A5 falls and where Tyrone GAA and other sporting organisations live and exist, to get the road built. And what I have to say as well is we have received enormous goodwill, enormous support, and it's important to record that. It's important to say that it hasn't been from one side or the other. It is cross-community and it is cross-political. And the other thing that I've noticed on the road, and I'm sure you use the road from time to time, we were going to erect posters on to say, to bring attention to the fact that the road's a dangerous road and that the A5 campaign is up and running and that we need the road built. And thankfully, with your support, you've got there before us and you've put up the signs and everything else. So thank you for that. So as I say, look, as a council, you have a duty and responsibility to your constituents, to the people that elected you, to make sure and to use all your endeavours to get the road built. And in an ideal world, what do we want from after leaving here today? In an ideal world, we would like you to support our campaign, which a lot of you have done. We would like to see every party, and there's a whole lot of parties represented here. We would like to see either individually or preferably collectively a statement go out from this council to say that you fully support and endorse our campaign. There are various ways that you can help us. So I'll point out some of them. So you all have party colleagues. You've got parties. There's an upcoming public inquiry, so you can feed into that, and we would like you to do that. And if you can't be there, at least contribute in some meaningful, tangible way, because the history of the objectors, and the objectors have a right to object. By the way, everybody has, right? The history of this campaign of this road has been set by a small number, maybe a handful of objectors who have successfully thwarted the scheme through legal avenues. So you could be there and you could be saying, look, we support the scheme. And as I said before, the point I'm trying to make is that all through this, the voice of the objectors has been heard, but the voice of the silent majority has not. And it's important that the message goes out from everywhere, including this council, that you all support the building of this road as soon as possible. So at every opportunity, you know, as councillors, as aldermen and everything else, you know, raise the issue, keep the momentum going. And it's great to see because, like, you know, everybody needs energy, everybody needs motivation. So when we get up this morning and see that 180 businesses have signed a petition and that it was prompted and we were the catalyst, you know, it's good for us because we have to keep our campaign going as volunteers, and we will do it. So please use all your endeavours as government representatives to ensure that the A5 is at the top of your agenda. And finally, you know, as representatives, elected representatives in this council, we're asking you to show leadership, be very emphatic, be very clear that you support the campaign. And what you do or how you do it is entirely up to you, right? But we are here to present our case and to say thanks again for listening to us, affording us the time. I know you're very, very busy, and I see you've is it 17 maybe more points, and it's going to be a long evening for you, right? You know, but sincerely and genuinely, you know, it's a pleasure being here. And at the risk of repeating myself, we ought not to be here. This is not our job; it's yours. So please, we can't get this road built without you and without your support. Politicians are an essential and a crucial part of the whole process. So thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Niall, Damien and Brenton. We actually have 30 items on the agenda today, so it will be a long one. But no, I'll hand over now. We've got a number of members that have indicated that they want to speak, ask questions, make comments, etc. So the first of that is Councillor Rory McHugh.
Good. Ceharlach agus the Fáilte Rómh Gaag Dana. I want to thank you, Chair, for allowing me to come on and welcome Niall, Damien and Brendan. You're very welcome to Derry Strabane Council. Just into your presentation there, the first thing I want to say is I want to offer obviously my condolences to you on the loss of your friend and to Niall's clubmate, John. You're quite right. One death is one death too many on this road, and sadly, John has become statistic on the deaths on this road. But just listening to you there, and I was thinking back, you know, on the legacy councils before the old Strabane Council and the Derry City Council merged. I was a councillor on Strabane District Council, and speaking from my own party's perspective, Sinn Féin, I know that at that time we tabled motions in support of the A5 project at that time, and I'm sure it was the same in the old Derry Legacy Council as well. In fact, I had the pleasure of leading a cross-party delegation up to Stormont as chair of the council at that time. I think it was 2011. To meet the then Minister, Danny Kennedy, to press him on the need for the development of the A5. But here we are now, as you rightly point out, years later, and still we're no further forward. And I think those who have objected and been successfully, it has to be said, or have been successful in blocking and delaying the project, the only thing that they've achieved in it is they've added £400 million now to the original price for what the A5 road would have cost the taxpayer. But worse than that, they've succeeded in those statistics of deaths on the road rising, as you so adequately outlined here today. And I think the people involved in it should really hold their heads in shame. I just want to finish off by saying that I want to commend you first and foremost for coming together to ensure that John's death isn't in vain, and that I have no doubt that although the project has been delayed on spurious grounds, I have to say as well, that ultimately they won't succeed, and the A5 will become a reality. And I know my party will certainly be will not be found wanting and pushing it forward as we haven't been in the past. So thanks again. And Mayor, I do have a proposal I'd like to make as well. Just if that's acceptable, I can put it under the chat box and maybe you could deal with it after.
I go ahead and put it under the chat box, Rory. Whilst you're doing that, I'm going to pass on to Councillor Stephen Ebert, who was the next indicated speaker, and then we'll come back to the proposal.
Thanks for bringing me in, and I also want to welcome Niall, Damien and Brendan. Apologies I can't be there in the chamber with you today, but as an SDLP rep, I fully support enough is enough campaign. I see online you've got over 8,000 signatures, which is massive. It's immense, and I know that you still have many more people signing paper copies as well. So it's great to see that that your campaign developing, and as mentioned as well, do welcome Derry and Letterkenny Chamber of Commerce is trying to bring businesses and organisations together. I think they have 180 signatures that are petition. It's great to see the sort of momentum building around this campaign. I was there in Gavahi at your campaign launch. I think it was late January, I think. And for me, it was equally humbling and harrowing to hear from some of your speakers that night, from Kevin Hughes, who lost siblings on the A4, from Peter Dolan, who sadly lost Enda in Belfast, and especially from Kate Corrigan as well, who lost a son there at the crossroads in Gavahi. It really brought it down to that human level for me again of how important this road upgrade is, and how many families are left in a wake of despair after losing a loved one on the roads. And at your event, I actually met Life After, and I was able to bring them into the council, and they have a big campaign to try and help families who are suffering from as a result of fatalities on the roads. It shouldn't have to, but that's the reality, especially for the A5. A lot of families are left in despair. For me and for the SLP, the A5 is the most dangerous road on the island of Ireland. And looking at the most recent statistics I have from the department, the road upgrade will save 2,733 accidents, resulting in 36 fewer fatalities, 442 fewer serious injuries, and over 3,000 fewer minor injuries. And as you mentioned today, I live directly on the A5, just outside Strabane. I live directly on it. It's even driving on it, it's absolutely harrowing. And even today, there was another serious traffic accident between St. Mills and Newton Stewart, and it's a daily occurrence at this stage, and it never seems to cease. But the SLP, we're fully in support of your campaign. We fully welcome it. And you know, I've friends who have lost their lives on this road, even in recent years. I've stood by their gravesides. I've listened to their families, and you know, they are calling for action on this, and it needs to absolutely happen as soon as possible, and no more excuses. Get it done. We've had legal challenge. We've had groups that have vested interests. It's been successful, unfortunately, in legal challenges. We've had no Stormont. We've had just a catalogue of failures in all parts, and consultation after consultation. Just finished another consultation last week, and the public inquiry again. But yeah, it's building that momentum, getting it forward. And one of the concerns I had at the public inquiry, especially in Oma before Christmas, there's a lot of objectors there and not a lot of people in support of the scheme, which I found very concerning. So for that reason, I do fully welcome your campaign and getting people behind it and getting people right into the public inquiry, it's meant to open up again, I think, at the end of this month or early next month, is getting people to write into that and show that there is massive public support for it. You've made a few comments in your presentation there as well, and I'm going to come to an end soon, Chair, just on the current safety upgrades. You know, I've raised it with DFI, and I know many others have. While I welcome, you know, at the Gavai crossroads or additional lighting and so on, but there's so many stretches of that road, especially from Ballygolly to Oma, that are an absolute death trap, and they need to be like, as we await this major upgrade, they need to be looked at. And I've urged the Permanent Secretary and the head of roads for the West Division to really focus on that, because it's a complete another death trap. And at the weekend I drove down. I was in Belfast and I drove to Strabane and in the dark, and it was absolutely harrowing and frightening on that road. Yeah, there's not. I can't put into words what it's like driving, especially at night time. But you know, as mentioned about the costs there as well by, I think it was Councillor McHugh. You know, for me the costs don't matter. In terms of you know, it's never a good time to look for public money and so on. It's never a good time to build roads. This road needs to happen. You know, it will save countless lives, countless families from being bereaved. You know, there's too many young people dying on this road. It's just ripping the heart out of local communities that live along it. And Mayor, or Chair, I'll bring my remarks to an end. I could go on and on, but I just want to say the SDLP fully supportive of the campaign, and it's great to see that momentum there. And me and my party will continue to do what we can to try and support it and getting as many people engaged and involved in your campaign as possible, and in lobbying the Department of Infrastructure. Chair, thank you very much for letting me in.
No problem, Councillor Edwards. Councillor Raymond Barr, I note that you seconded Councillor McHugh's proposal, if you want to come on there.
Thank you, Chair. Niall, Damien, Brennan, very pleased to see and hear you here today. Though I think it was Brennan said that you shouldn't have to be here. I'm sure it goes without saying that you'd much rather not be here. I've watched the meeting, and to say it was upsetting would be an understatement. Regardless of any of the political parties' input over the years on this issue, I feel that the public and media response given to your group indicates to me that there's enough campaign will hopefully be the campaign that kickstarts this whole project. This project has been delayed for far too long, as we all know, and at a fatal cost to human life. I agree with everything you've said. It's incumbent on anyone who has a platform to use that platform to support the campaign. I'd have to be 100% behind it. So thank you once again, gentlemen, for making this presentation today.
Thank you, Councillor Barr. Councillor Donnelly.
Niall, Damien and Brennan, I'd like to welcome you. And you're right, you shouldn't have to do this. And your contributions here today, the passion, it brings it home. You know, it brings it home regarding the utter devastation and carnage caused regarding this stretch. And the fact that single deaths now, you know, hardly makes anyone bat an eyelid. And unfortunately, it almost becomes sort of normalised for most of the population, unless you've experienced that loss of a loved one yourself. I think it's reprehensible if somebody, you know, the snide remarks about drive easier. Not everybody killed was driving hard or maybe doing something that they shouldn't have been doing. Some people were doing everything by the book, and it was a result of possibly other drivers. So no matter, you know, how easy you drive, there's always that risk that somebody else or the conditions of the road will lead to a tragedy. But what I will say is that, you know, there's a long campaign ahead. But what you are doing, in my opinion, has already made a difference. And I'm talking about, you know, your campaign, your meetings, the testimonies, the reality of what, you know, to get that dreaded knock, as it was described. And, you know, and even if that campaign has made one person become more responsible in their personal, you know, attitude to that road, or then, you know, that's made, in my opinion, a big difference. It's avoided that knock at the door. You know, even one person, then everything you have done has already been a success. But I'd just like to thank you and pay tribute to you for the work that you're doing, and happy to endorse the campaign.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. Councillor Tierney.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to Brendan, Niall, and Damien for not only coming here today, but also for batting, as it was described, and trying to run with this campaign. Councillor Edwards has already spoken on behalf of our group very passionately about his commitment and our wider party's commitment to the A5 campaign and to the Enough is Enough campaign. Part of when you were speaking, Brendan, and you're right, by the way, it's not your job to be here, and it's our job, and MLA's jobs and other people's jobs is to try and get this project started and on the ground and make this road safe, because it's currently not. But part of when you were speaking, you said that there were 3 things that we could do to help. Number 1 was to support the campaign, which hopefully coming out of this meeting today will be very clear that that's what we're doing. Number 2, in my notes, and I'm not saying that these are in any particular order, was a statement from Council about our support for this campaign. And number 3 was to feed into the public inquiry. Chair, I would like to amend the current proposal that's on the floor to also propose that Council issue a public statement with our support for the Enough is Enough campaign. We issue a public statement either from the Council corporately or from the Mayor on behalf of Council, but whatever way, reflecting that we have had this presentation today, and reflecting that, and hopefully it will be, I'm pretty sure it will be, but reflecting that it was the overwhelming view of elected representatives across Derry and Strabane that we support this campaign and we are standing full squarely behind it, because I think, you know, it's a very powerful message to 180 businesses across the Northwest supporting it, but I think it's also a powerful message with this Council also at the same time, on the same day, coming out and throwing our support behind it as well. Look, Stephen knows a lot more, or Councillor Edwards knows a lot more about the A5 and all of the issues than what I do. I just have noticed that, in my view, that statement and our public expressions for the campaign is something that we could add on today before this Council goes on a bit of a recess. I would also agree, pardon me, with Councillor Donnelly around some of the disgusting remarks about people, you know, driving slowly or maybe taking a wee bit of extra care. But that's not going to cure the problems that is on the A5. And Stephen, Dynamo Crossing MLA and other SDLP representatives have been out supporting your campaign. You can be guaranteed of that support going forward as well. But thanks very much for your presentation today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney, and I would have no issue with that amendment. I'm assuming Rory McHugh would be of a similar thought. Rachel was taking notes there, I think, so that'll be actioned within as opposed to a formal proposal being needed. Alderman Devaney is my next indicated speaker.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing me in. And can I, just on behalf of the DEP, welcome the delegation in here in support of the A5. And look, you know, every time the A5 comes to us at a meeting, our party is never behind the 8 ball. We're always in supportive of the upgrade of the A5, and we're well aware of the statistics and around the A5. And look, at the end of the day, we will be doing what we can to support that upgrade of that road. I think it's much needed, and it needs to be done ASAP. The only problem we have sometimes, as I look at it for myself, is, we have no control over the legal mechanisms that goes on and around that there, and that takes time, and it takes its own life and time getting those issues all sorted out. But look, and as far as the proposal is concerned, Chair, we have no problem in supporting it, even the amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alderman Devaney. Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, gentlemen, for the presentation. You're here because of a promise that was broken, a promise that was made 60 years ago. That's why you're here. I well remember the railway line being torn up, and the promise at that time was that there was to be a dual carriage ring road around Northern Ireland, and the Stormont government of the time took it as far as Dungannon and Ballymena on the other end. And shame on them for that. It was a promise that was broken to the people of the West. I grew up in Omagh for the first 24 years of my life, and the subsequent 50 years have been spent in Castlederg. The A5 is, it's just part of my life. Coming to meetings here, it's out to Victoria Bridge and up the road and into traffic, and you can see where frustrations can occur on that road if you're trying to push on to get to a meeting, but that is no excuse. From 1996 through to 2007, I served on the old forum and on the assembly and travelled to Belfast regularly. So it was from Castlederg out to Omagh and then the route up. And from Omagh to Ballygawley and on to Dungannon until, the dual carriageway wasn't there at the time I was travelling. Absolutely horrendous. And the number of times you were travelling up and you were aware that a traffic accident had occurred, whether the road was open or not, the result of that, and various memorials that are along that route, unfortunately. I know mention was made there, I think it was Councillor McHugh mentioned the delegation to Danny Kennedy, and I know the frustration that Danny Kennedy endured because of the objections, etc. And that frustration was also shared by Conor Murphy, I think, who followed Danny. And I know of the frustration that Conor had on that as well in his time as a minister. The support, it's throughout the chamber, and nobody will, I believe, speak contrary to that support. Can I assure you that the support is wider than this council chamber, because I chair the North West Regional Development Group, which is representational of councillors in Donegal and councillors in this chamber, and that group has come out in support of the A5 campaign. Also at a recent meeting of the Strabane Neighbourhood Renewal Local Growth Partnership body, I brought forward at that they would endorse and support the Enough is Enough campaign. I'm no supporter of Gaelic football, but I appreciate the effort that has been made with regard to this particular campaign and the wit that your association and all of those involved are prepared to throw behind the A5 campaign. I did have arguments with one of the main protagonists in the anti-A5 group. John was actually principal of the school that I taught in Castlederg, so we were very friendly. And we had many an argument. As you know, he was possibly one of the major spokespersons on behalf of I think it's the A5 Alternative Alliance or whatever. We had many an argument about it, and I could never understand the rationale of the objections to the very logical requirements, not demands, just requirements of the people generally of the West, and the impact that the various incidents along that route have on the entire community, regardless of creed or anything else. Councillor Edwards has mentioned there the mitigations. I just wonder, And that's one of your asks actually, is that while we're waiting for the big job to start, that the mitigations promised can be ongoing. Have you any further thoughts on that? And as I say, travelling along that route regularly, and even going to Belfast or whatever, I'm aware of, I drive along the road and I think to myself, why the blazes isn't there a 2-in-1 or something there? There's the space for it. At least have some mitigations that will give us some hope. Although I suppose part of the problem with that might be the mitigations could lead to then becoming that, well, you've got that's it. But the real demand, as we all know, is a proper dual carriageway through to the city of Londonderry here, similar to what was provided from Dungannon to Ballagolly, and you rightly highlight the vast improvement that made within the overall scheme. But thank you for coming along, and I can assure you of the support of the UUP members on Derry City and Strabane District Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. My last indicated speaker is Councillor Harkin, and then I'm going to go back to the guys for their comments then.
Thank you for coming in today and, going through the campaign with you. And look, I mean, the A5 is a dangerous road and it needs to be upgraded. I've personally made a decision not to drive on it anymore at night, just because I'm fed up sitting there. The level of concentration just to keep yourself safe and anybody that's in the car with you. And I think, as others have said, it's part of our inadequate infrastructure here in the Northwest, where we've kind of been forced to tolerate this now for decades and decades. This road, a proper road, a road that was safe, should have been built 50, 60 years ago. And we're still fighting that battle. We've been fighting that battle on the A5 and the A6. So we think that there is an urgency to make sure that the road is safe for people to drive on, and it isn't right now. So there needs to be an upgrade. And we want to see that done in conjunction with the development of our rail network as well. We think there's no reason why we can't do both at the same time and actually have real modernisation that allows us to get around the island and make sure that our roads are safe. Not another single person should die on the A5 because it's an unsafe road. So thanks for coming in today.
Thank you, Councillor Harkin. So I'll pass over to yourselves, Niall, Damien and Brenton, if there's any comments or questions that you just want to pick up on there.
Yeah, thanks very much. Just a couple of things there. Councillor McHugh raised the issue of cost and construction inflation is running at 20%, but nevertheless, when this scheme was first mooted, the indicative cost was 550 million. The most recent estimate is now up to 1.6 billion. Just think about that, 1.6 billion. So we have an increase of almost $1 billion. And Councillor Edwards is right. Cost should not come into it and does not need to come into the equation, even though some people say that it's uneconomic. And maybe that's part of the rationale between some or the end game for some of the objectors is to make it so uneconomically viable that some people take a decision that it shouldn't go ahead. In relation to the mitigation, Councillor Hussey, you're absolutely right. There are lots of things that could be done, that should be done, that could be done fairly cheaply whenever you think of the 1.6 billion, and actually see some mitigation work's been done just at the Giveahy complex turn off there at the minute. And unfortunately and very sadly, that lighting scheme and the bus lay-by has been installed as a direct result of 3 people losing their lives on the 26th of December in 2021. And unfortunately and sadly, it's heartbreaking that the only reaction that we get from the powers that be in Department of Infrastructure is whenever somebody dies. People don't need to die to get these things done. We shouldn't need to be kept walking behind any more coffins. And the other thing that Damien has covered there, there's countless numbers of casualties and people who have suffered life-changing injuries as a result of accidents. And I was coming on Saturday to Oma, just happened to meet Niall. And I said I'd be there at a certain time, and I had to ring him and tell him that I wouldn't be there because there was an accident in the A5. This morning coming here, there was 2 people very seriously injured between here and Strabane, and it just goes on and on. So look, you know, we're thrilled with your support. We're very encouraged by your support, and it's just to say that we're very determined people. We will not be stopped. We will ensure that we will go anywhere and everywhere and speak to anybody to ensure that this road's built. And albeit we might be members of the GA and we play a certain sport or whatever, we would like to think that we represent everybody. And we're not doing this for GA members. We're doing this for everybody. Whether you play a sport or whether you don't, whether you're from one particular section of the community or the other or somewhere else, we're doing this for everybody. And we're going to work hard, and we have committed to working hard. We want to ensure that there's a road built that will save many lives and save countless other people from getting injured. And at the end of the day, whenever all this is done, and hopefully it will be sooner rather than later, all our efforts and your efforts will be worthwhile. I say, you know, I just want to finish off by saying again how grateful we are for the opportunity to speak to you, because don't underestimate your role in all of this. You can make a difference, and I know, having listened to each and every one of you, I can speak on behalf of Damien and Niall here, that I know that we have your full support. We're very encouraged by the motion and the proposal that has been made and the amendment, and we thank you for that, and we look forward to working closely with you into the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Does any want to make a comment, or are you happy enough that that sums it up? Well, thank you, Niall, Damien and Brenton, for presenting to us today. As you've alluded to, everybody across the chamber is fully in support of the campaign, and we'll get that motion actioned as soon as we can. Thank you for your time this afternoon and for coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just give you a wee minute. Okay, so we will move forward. So the next item on the agenda today is item 7, which is our third deputation. And that is to receive Gary Humphrey from the Department for Finance to brief members on Reval 2023. Gary's joining us online. So we'll just get your presentation up, Gary. We'll hand over to yourself, and then we'll any comments or questions from members. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. Hopefully you can hear me okay.
Yep.
Okay, thanks very much for having me. My name is Gary Humphrey. I'm one of the senior valuers here in Land and Property Services. I'm also responsible for the project manager for Reval 2023. So I'm trying to share my screen. Hopefully you can see that as well.
We have your presentation on screen there, yeah.
Okay, super. I'll just crack on with it then. So the revaluation project itself is all about rebalancing business rates. The idea of doing a revaluation. It's a revaluation of all non-domestic or commercial properties in Northern Ireland, and it's for rating purposes. So these slides, I'm conscious you're very busy today, so I'm just going to go through them quite quickly, but the slides are really designed to give you an overview of the rating system in Northern Ireland, a little bit of information about the revaluation project itself, and also some of the early outcomes for your district. So the whole a rating system basically is a property tax system. So it's very popular around the globe. There's very few countries in the world that don't have a property tax system, and even those countries that traditionally do not have one have started to put them into place. So, for example, China introduced one in 2019. Our system, believe it or not, in Northern Ireland dates back to the Spanish Armada, and they tried to get basically a pot together to support people coming back from the Armada who couldn't find work. But it's proved remarkably resilient and very popular. And one of the reasons that is because it's quite reliable and it's easy to predict. So it's not that difficult to count how many properties that you have within a jurisdiction and the amount of money that you need to collect to pay for the services the government provides, and you split that ratably amongst the taxpayers. And it's also reasonably easy to collect and hard to evade. So you might imagine it's very difficult to hide a property, which means that everybody who should be contributing to the tax system is paying their fair share. And from our perspective, in terms of land and property services, what we try and do is we try and be as transparent as possible. So I don't know if anybody's had a chance to look at our website, but we have got our valuation list is online, and we also have it there available to look at in terms of a map as well. Which makes it quite easy, quite transparent. You can also look at not only your valuation, but the valuation of other comparable properties in your area. We do realise that, of course, that rates is a very emotive topic. It's quite unpopular and it represents quite a high fixed cost for doing business. And that's why we try and do a lot of these talks and presentations to try and explain it to ratepayers just exactly what it is we're trying to achieve. The system itself requires experts, and that's a disadvantage because sometimes some cases can take a lot longer to do whenever they go through the courts in terms of a challenge. And there is a need for regular revaluations. Whilst that's also a good thing, a revaluation itself is reasonably expensive because of the number of staff that are involved in it. Everything that we do in Northern Ireland it's based on the legislation. So what we look for is a technical term. It's called the hereditament. And in order for basically a hereditament is a unit of occupation. So you could have an office block with multiple occupiers in each floor. Each of them are separate, and each of them would be a separate unit of occupation and therefore a separate hereditament. So that means that they would appear as a single entry in the valuation list. Before there to be a hereditament, you have to have 4 ingredients, and the 4 ingredients that we look for are actual exclusive beneficial occupation, and then we often look for what's called transient. So the best way to describe that is like a circus tent moving in the town for 2 or 3 weeks. That's too transient or too short a time frame, so that's not rateable. Within Northern Ireland, there's some properties that are deemed not to be hereditaments, and that includes for the big one is agricultural land and buildings. But you've also got other things like public parks and lighthouses. And public parks, for instance, nobody has exclusive occupation of the public park, so that's why it's not a hereditament. From an LPS perspective, in terms of who does what, so it comes under the umbrella of LPS. So LPS valuation, we're responsible for the net annual value, setting the valuations in the list. So basically producing and maintaining the valuation list. Within LPS, we've also got the rating policy division, so they would have been very busy all throughout the COVID era in terms of amending the legislation to essentially allow LPS to become an organisation which gives out money as opposed to collects money and provides a lot of the grant and support that came with the COVID era. They're also responsible for advising normally it would be the finance minister on setting the regional rate. Of course, this time around it was set by the Secretary of State who took those powers. And then yourselves have the responsibility for setting your own district rates. So on the right-hand side of that slide, it's a very simple, basic calculation of how you would work out the rates liability. So it is the regional rate plus the district rate combined, multiplied by the rateable value, gets you your rates liability. And then, of course, we have within LPS, we've got our colleagues in revenue benefits who calculate the rates bills and apply any of the statutory reliefs and also redistribute the monies out to councils. The rates system in Northern Ireland is based on what's called an ad valorem tax. So that's just a fancy word saying it's based on the value of something. And for us in our legislation for non-domestic properties, based on the value, a rental value. So it is a rental value at a fixed point in time. So the best way to describe the system is that because it is that rental value at a fixed point in time, it is only the known factors, the two people agreeing a rent at that fixed point in time, can be taken into consideration. So our current valuation list, which is in place today, is based on a valuation date of the 1st of April 2018. So if we didn't do a revaluation at this point in time, we would have essentially been saying to ratepayers, there's nothing we can do to take account of any impact on your valuation that may have occurred as a result of COVID. So by doing a revaluation, we bring that valuation date forward. And this time around, we're bringing it forward to the 1st of October 2021. So whenever anybody looks at their valuation for their non-domestic properties moving forward as a result of reval 2023, it's an estimate of their rent as at the 1st of October 2023 or 2021, sorry. And in order for us to do that, so our valuation date is key. And in order for us to do that, what we did at our valuation date is we wrote out to 55,000 ratepayers asking them for rental information. So LPS valuers, we follow the market. We try and replicate the market at that date. Of the 55,000 that we wrote to, I can tell you we got 25,000 responses this time, which is slightly more than what we got at our last revaluation, which we got 19,000. So the trajectory is good. But then we have to go through and try and hone in on the best evidence. So we're looking for a rent. So some information we get back is for owner-occupied properties, or it might be for properties that are let between connected parties, or even the rent itself might be quite historic. Businesses themselves have called for the more frequent revaluations. So this is going to put us on a 3-yearly revaluation cycle. And the plan is then we just do another one then moving forward. But of course, we need the executive to sign off on that and tell us to carry on and do another revaluation. The task itself, in Northern Ireland, there's 74,500 properties, give or take. The reason why we only wrote out to 50,000, 55,000 is because there's about 20,000 that are never let on the open market, so you'll never find rental evidence for them. So that's things like hospitals and schools, universities, that sort of stuff. They're valued by what's called reference to the cost of construction, or the contractor's method of valuation. But for our task, we had to revalue pretty much everything that you can think of, from the likes of your normal run-of-the-mill things like schools, offices, warehouses, but also more complex properties like power stations, railways, docks, airports, you name it. Everything had to be reviewed. And the business rates themselves are particularly important for Northern Ireland because they generate around 675 million, and they contribute to nearly essentially all frontline public services that both central and local government provide. Things like hospitals, schools, emergency, and also your locally, your leisure, tourism, waste, libraries, that sort of thing. The key message for any revaluation is that it's essential. It's about maintaining fairness and equality between ratepayers. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to take account of the economic and relative changes that have occurred between our two valuation dates. It's not about increasing the amount of rates or decreasing the amount of rates. It's all about a rebalancing exercise. You know yourselves that some areas will get more popular over time and some areas will become less desirable. A revaluation is designed to take account of those changes and keep the whole system up to date. Our key date, as I say, the statutory valuation date is the 1st of October 2021. So that's everything. All valuations for reval 2023 are assessed at that point in time. In January 2023, what we did is we published our draft schedule of values. So I don't know if any of you have had a chance, but what we have basically put in, we didn't have to do that, but we decided to do it to be as transparent as possible. It's an opportunity for us almost to stress test our valuations, and I've been doing a lot of these kind of talks and roadshows to try and encourage ratepayers to go and have a look at their valuations and get in touch with us if they think that there is something that maybe we haven't taken into consideration, or maybe they didn't supply us information that I want to. And then from the 1st of April, basically next month, the new non-domestic valuation list will come into force. What that means is that the rates liability for non-domestic properties is going to be based on the 2023 valuations moving forward. That is a legislative process, and all the legislation is in place and ready to go. What we can see now is our early revaluation outcomes. So some of these statistics are taken from just before Christmas, about the 20th of December. So we have been doing a period of informal review between now and then. So there's a slight change, but truthfully not that much. What we can see overall for the very first time is that the valuation list has gone down slightly between our revaluations. So it's reasonably speaking, it's quite modest. It's down about 10 million or minus 0.6%. So those figures there essentially representing the 2020 list. If you wanted to rent every property in Northern Ireland, it would cost you 1693 million. And the same in 2023, it's gone down to 1682. That fluctuates then across our what we call our primary classes. So primary classes like a warehouse or an office. So warehouses, for example, are up 11%. Offices are up by 10%, and we've got shops, we're down 4%. Hotels are down 24%. So essentially saying that the rental levels for warehouses since we last looked at our revaluation exercise have gone up by 11% based on the evidence that we've captured. It fluctuates across all of the district councils in terms of the NAV between the two lists, and that's really down to the fact that some councils have a different makeup in terms of the property classes. So, for example, Newry and Mourne is down 5.2%. I know off the top of my head that Newry and Mourne had 27% of their properties are based on retail, and that's why they've seen sort of that disproportionate sort of decrease. And then in contrast, Causeway Coast and Glens have seen an increase of 3.2%. That's because they've got a lot of wind turbines and wind farms, and they've seen an increase over this revaluation period. You can see yourself, your own district is down 2.5% based on our data. Just looking more closely at your district, so we've got 5,600, roughly speaking, valuation list entries. So that number changes on a daily basis as we take properties out of the valuation list, if they've been demolished or if the new properties or hereditaments are added. So it's not just a property per se, as I say, there could be a number of hereditaments. Total change is down 2.5. The biggest increase, which is quite consistent across most districts, is the renewables. So the renewables are up 55% in your district. And again, that is just wind turbines, wind farms, anaerobic digesters, and solar farms, which are all up. And they're up because of their turnover is up and their costs have remained relatively fixed. So that what that means is that there's more money available at the end to split between the landlord and tenant. So the landlord's share is the rent, so it has increased. And then in contrast, the hotels are down 26%. And as you know, hotels and pubs and things like that were severely affected throughout COVID. So that's why we're seeing the sort of declines. But after we've done everything, 64% of our properties in Northern Ireland are going to see no change or decrease as a result of this revaluation. Still in your district, on the right side, you can see that's a breakdown of the primary classes within your district. So, for instance, their shops make up 22% of the properties within your district, and they're down 7%. Pubs 21%, and things like warehouses are up 5%, and schools are down 17%. Schools, hospitals, that sort of thing are valued by that cost of construction. And what we do is we work out how much it would cost to rebuild that property. And then we take account of the physical characteristics of the actual school or property that we're looking at. And then we apply a decapitalization rate to convert it from cost of construction to a rental value. So that's the decapitalization rate is set by legislation. That went down this time around, and that's one of the factors that's led to the decline in schools, which again is very consistent across all districts. After we've done everything, 75% of our properties have a valuation of less than 15,000, so a rateable value or rental value of less than 15,000. So that means that if they don't qualify for a statutory relief like exemption, charitable exemption, which is 100%, manufacturing, which means they'll pay 30% of their rates liability, or sport and recreational relief, where they pay 20% of the rates liability, they will qualify for what's called small business rates relief. So you can see there at the end of this process, there's going to be nearly 30,000 properties that will still qualify for the small business rates relief. They don't need to apply for that. That's going to be applied automatically to their bills whenever they get that. Our next steps, so what we're working on in the background is basically getting everything ready for the publication of our new valuation list. As I say, our draft values are all there. The draft values are, there is still bit of a window of opportunity for people to contact us during this little period for an informal review, but that window is closing. It doesn't mean that they will be disadvantaged in any way. If they don't submit an informal review during this window up till the 1st of April, they can still submit what's called an application once the new valuation list goes live. There's no cost to doing that, and if they're not happy with that, the application to the district valuer, they can appeal to the commissioner. Again, there's no cost to do that. And furthermore, if they're not happy with the commissioner's valuation, then they can appeal to go to the Lands Tribunal. But there is a cost associated with that, and it becomes quite formal. And there may be other costs with buyers or solicitors and stuff. So from an LPS perspective, we try and be as open and transparent, and where possible, we would rather prior agree rather than tie up resources, both for the ratepayer and ourselves, by getting to that stage. So that's pretty much it. We do have our website is all up to date. We've got lots of frequently asked questions. We have been getting a bit of contact this time around. We can tell a lot of people are using the website, and the feedback's been generally quite good. And there hasn't been a huge amount of queries at this stage. But we are still in the process of doing a roadshow. So I've got about 4 more roadshows or talks to give this week, just to encourage repairs to raise awareness of the revaluation process. So again, thanks very much for having me. I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you, Gary, for that. That was very, very detailed. The first indicated speaker that I have is Councillor Jackson.
Good Chair, and just on behalf of our group, I want to thank Gary for a very detailed presentation and for supplying it prior to the meeting, so we had an opportunity to read through it. I know there's quite a lot of detail, particularly around this council district, and we all know the challenges around the RITS process, and one of the things that we're very clear on is that it needs to be equitable, and the reevaluation process that's the aim of that is to ensure that there's fairness and equality in terms of the RITS bill. And I think when we look at society, there's been huge societal change over the last number of years, and that change has been really profound in the non-domestic setting. So it's timely that this reevaluation process is taking place in the aftermath of a pandemic, where there has been massive changes in the non-domestic RIT base. So we would welcome it, and we would welcome the regular reviews. And one of the things, the most important element of this, because we all know that, and it's contained within the report, is that a lot, like over 70% of the valuations have remained unchanged. But for those repairs who may see their bills going up, or as a result of this reevaluation, it's encouraging to learn that your doors are always open. And I think that's really important, because I know I've supported businesses in the past where they've challenged the reevaluation process and the outcome. And I think having the opportunity to discuss the reval scheme, discuss the findings, and have a better understanding and explanation of the process, I think it's really important, and it's good to know that regardless of any deadlines, that door is always open. So from our perspective, I think that discussion with our business sector, in particular in retail, is important, and I'm encouraged to learn that there's different mechanisms for businesses to appeal or challenge any of the findings contained within this piece of work. But I just want to, on behalf of Sinn Féin, just thank you for all the work that's been carried out on all of our behalfs, and for explaining explaining the detail in at this committee. So I just want to leave it there, Chair, and thank Guy for presenting. Cheers.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Harkin.
Yeah, thanks to Gary for such a detailed report. And look, I'm sure Gary knows that there was a devastating 8% rates hike for people across the district. And then that's been followed up then by the 6% regional rate set by the Secretary of State. And this is really just piling burdens on households and families and smaller businesses that really can't afford it and are going to be, this is going to lead them to struggle even further. And I think that the massive wealth inequality that we've seen exposed now through the pandemic and through this cost of living crisis, it does I think raise the need for a radical reform of the way our rating system is carried out. And that is something that Stormont, when it was up and running, could have done. We don't have taxation powers, but we do have the ability to change the way that we raise rates. And I think that rates need to be reformed so that wealth is actually properly rated, be that by very wealthy individual households or by business organisations that have much broader shoulders. So this is helpful, but I think that the overall direction is, if we, to address the challenges that households are facing and many smaller independent organisations are facing, we have to look towards radically reforming the way that rates are carried out here. But I appreciate the detail in the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harkin. Councillor Farrell.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Gary, for the comprehensive presentation on Reval 2023. And I think every member in this chamber has been talking about rates, thinking about rates for the last 6 months. And I didn't think we were going to be getting another hour of it today, but there we are. But I've got a question, but Gary, it's not yourself, it's the Alfie, our lead finance officer. So Gary has told us that the new valuation list for non-domestic properties was released in March, which is after when our council set its rate. And the valuation list for this council area has the total value of properties across this council area from a non-domestic perspective has reduced by over 3 million quid, which is 2.5%. What impact, if any, does that have on our forecast for 23-24? Because we were probably working on a presumption. Was there a contingency in there at all? Or is this something we don't need to worry about?
So while the valuation list was issued in March, there was a draft valuation list issued back in December, and there's no material change from that. So it's all incorporated into our rates process. So the outcome of this will make no difference to what was agreed last month. So I think that's what you wanted to hear.
Thank you for that, Elsie. Was that your contribution? Yep, happy days. Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Gary, for the presentation. Just a quick clarification on the calculation of the rateable value, particularly in the non-domestic sector. I remember somebody coming out to do my own domestic rates valuation, and it was the number of bedrooms and garage and all of those sort of things for the rateable value. The non-domestic, it's not done on a similar basis. In other words, you've got X number of rooms and all of this type of thing. So what are the criteria that you will utilise when setting the RV for non-domestic premises? And do they differ between different types of sectors in the retail non-domestic sector in particular? Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. That's all my indicated speakers. Gary, if I can pass back to yourself, there's a few comments and then the question from Alderman Hussey, if you want to respond there.
Sure. Well, I'll go with that question first. Basically, what we try and do as best as possible is we follow the property market. So we are influenced by the same factors that would be in the mind of people agreeing rents in the property market. So what we essentially do for the likes of shops or even take offices, we already have the data for each office and each shop in terms of the measurements of those properties. So it's based on the area of those properties. And by looking at the rents, what we're trying to do is get to a standardized approach. So we're looking for essentially the going rate for like an office or a shop at our valuation date. And that's why we ask for as much information as possible. And it's one of the things that I tried to do, particularly in and around our valuation, it was encourage ratepayers to give us that information. There was no better time coming out of the back of COVID to show us the impact that it was having on their rates. We would then analyze that, and we tend to use a lot of mapping software with our colleagues in OSNI to map and plot that information on maps, so we could see, for talk's sake, if the offices in the city centre were at £100 a square metre, we would know all the offices in that area that were having at the same level, and then we could say that we're going to value it at the 1st of October 2021 at £100 a square metre, but then the £100 is multiplied by the area of that office. So it reflects the individual characteristics of each building as we go through based on their footprint. Domestic properties are slightly different, so we didn't touch domestic properties as part of this revaluation. There's no plans to revalue domestic properties as things currently stand, but domestic properties are based on a capital value, so it's an estimate of how much your property would have sold for at a fixed point in time. So it's the 1st of January 2005. So if you look at your capital value, that's what we're essentially saying. If you were selling your property between two reasonable people at that point in time, that's an estimate of what it would have sold for. And again, that is based on the market evidence and trends that we had up until that date to try and come up with those valuations. I'll just have a wee look at hopefully that answers your question. I'll have a look at the chat.
Quick supplementary, if I may, Chair. Does turnover feature?
Turnover features for certain classes of property. So essentially, it's pubs and hotels and things like that. So this time around, we work very closely with the likes of Hospitality Ulster, Northern Ireland Hotel Federation. What we look for those classes of property is we look for the 3 years up to 3 years of turnover up to the valuation date. So you might imagine this time around our valuation date in 2021. If we look for the last 3 years, we would have essentially been seeing the total impact of COVID. So 1 year in particular would have been almost closed completely, so almost zero. We can only take that into account if we know that that's going to continue. So there's a concept in rating. It's called 1 year with another, but we're looking for an average year, a normal year. And what we're trying to do at that valuation date when we're estimating the values is we're casting our mind forward. So we're standing at the valuation date, trying to work out essentially what would somebody pay in the market for this property moving forward. At that point in time, we knew.
Apology, Gary. I should have declared interest as a publican. So sometimes you ask a question you know an answer to.
It's all right. Well, there you go. So pubs this time around, what we tried to do is we looked at essentially we looked at the pre-COVID figures, and then we looked at the post-COVID figures, and we could tell that overall, based on the data we had, I know the statistics for hotels off the top of my head, they were down 50% on their pre-COVID levels. So what we tried to do then was say, well, what is the typical lease? We said for a pub or hotel, it's got to be at least 5 years, and then we tried to incorporate that in. So year one, we were saying it was down 50%, year two down 60, 70, 80, 90, sort of phasing in that recovery, which we think somebody agreeing a rent would also phase into the negotiation prospect. And we're looking for an annual rent, so we annualized that figure, and that's how we ended up with essentially making an adjustment for the post-COVID era to what's called the firm maintainable trade of a pub and a hotel to arrive at their rateable value.
Alderman Hussey seems to be happy enough for that as a response. I don't have any further content. Is content a better? Okay, we'll use content. So I don't have any further speakers. So at this point, Gary, I would like to thank you for your time and for the detail that was given in that presentation. You know, it was a lot of information, and as Councillor Jackson alluded to, we were grateful to receive it in advance so we could have a look at it. So thank you very much. Moving on. Item 8 on the agenda is chairperson's business. I don't have any. Nobody approached me at this stage. So just conscious of the time, I suggest that we take 10 minutes as a break. We have a big agenda. So I just, without trying to tell anybody to be short in their responses as we move through it, just to be conscious of the number of items that we need to get through. So we'll come back at 6:15.
Just before we do that, I mean, members have heard me commenting before about presentations being made in committees and extending committees, etc. And I'm just wondering, you know, does committee feel that it would be useful for officers to look at how we deal with presentations? I know in the old Strabane Council, for example, we would have had a special council meeting for presentations, especially the big ones. And then there were times when a couple of presentations could be grouped together rather than bring them to the business of committees.
That can be looked at. I think that given that we are in the last month of committee meetings of this mandate, it's something that can certainly be looked at moving forward for the next one, as the agendas, I would assume, are probably already set for the rest of this month. So it's something that Karen has said that they will take on board. So if we can break for 10 minutes, happy enough. back. So we'll move to item 9, which is matters arising from the open minutes of governance and strategic planning from the 31st of January. Any matters arising? Alderman Hussey.
Quick one, Chair. GSP 26/23, letter to Royal Mail, it's on page 34. Is there any response back from that?
Just checking 1 second.
Through you, Chair, members, the correspondence was issued on the 20th of February, but we haven't yet had a response.
Thank you for that. And Karen, and any other matters arising from last month's governance meeting? No? Thank you. So we'll move on. Item 10 is the Q3 financial outturn for 22-23, and I'm going to pass to Elfie for that report.
Thank you, Chair. Members, the report is for you to consider and approve our outturn position at month 9, and that's in the context of our overall 67.96 million net expenditure budget for the year, which is set out in section 3.1 of the report. You'll obviously be well aware of this point of the challenges that we face in this financial year, and there's been a number of unbudgeted pressures. So accordingly, the position at month 9, which is set out in the table in section 3.1 of the report, shows a 5.564 million overspend. Obviously, members, we have reserves to cover that, which I'll come on to. So just run through quickly the key issues contributing to the overspend. So firstly, they're set out in detail in section 3.2 of the report. So firstly, positively, LPS are currently forecasting a positive rates finalisation for us due to a number of new assessments being levied, and that's currently 1.347 million, which is very positive. Against that, members, you'll note in the report that the number of appeals over the last few weeks have risen significantly, and it is proposed that 347k of that surplus is added to our rates appeals provision. Secondly, members, required to transfer 1.262 million to our district fund, and that was part of the agreed strategy during the rates process, which you'll recall enabled a 1.35% benefit to the recent rates process. So thirdly, we have arranged a very significant unbudgeted cost during the year. A number of these have now been addressed through the rates process, so they include the hardship fund payments, the pay pressures, both local and national, the utility cost pressures, rate support grant cuts, as well as our leisure income levels continuing to lag behind the pre-COVID levels. The fourth issue, we have unbudgeted voluntary severance costs of 1.28 million. Those enabled recurrent savings of 414k to be realised as part of our recent rates process. And finally, members, and also a positive one, is that against the pressures there continues to be savings realised through overhead control, and our planning, building control, Guildhall and bank interest income are all well ahead of budget. So members, in terms of the 5.564 million overspend position, you'll be aware that we have forecast this a number of months ago, and these are all covered by our contingency reserves. The updated position in respect of our contingency reserves is set out in the table in section 3.3 of the report. You'll note that a new budgetary pressure has been added to those in relation to insurance premiums, and that's subject to a separate report to today's committee. So members, the recommendation is that you approve the Q3 financial outturn position and the associated considerations in the report, including the updated contingency reserve forecast. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Elfie. Have we any members wishing to make comment on this report? No? Proposed by Alderman Hussey. Councillor Farrell, go ahead.
Just a brief question. I'm happy to second the recommendation. So the financial position we find ourselves in is that we've got a 5.6 million overspend compared to budget. At Q2, it was 2.85 million. So I've got a question to Alfie. Obviously, we're overspent, but is this a positive position? So based on Q2, we were 2.85. Where did we forecast Q3 to be at that stage? And how do we think that that's going to impact the projected reserves that we forecast for the next financial year? So do you think this is a positive position, or has it got worse since Q2?
So I suppose just in terms of where I forecast the utilisation from reserves, it's set out in the table in section 3.3 of the report. So I forecast the amount we will need to use from reserves rising to 7.8 million. So that's not a constant throughout the year. It won't increase by the same amount. It just depends when some of those unbudgeted pressures are paid. So for example, in the last quarter, a lot of the backdated pay in relation to the pay awards would have been paid. So that's probably the big part of the increase. But so obviously it's not a positive position. We had to address a number of those pressures through our recent rates process, and we do have a number of issues carrying into next year, which are unknown. So for example, we talked there about insurance premiums. We only know about those now. But so I think the positive is that we're forecasting all these things. I think that we're in a sound financial position for the next financial year as well, and obviously we'll be looking at our rates process for next year again, probably in the near future, given those obvious wider pressures. So the forecast position is about 7.8 million, but it's all in our reserves, and we do have a significant reserve there, but I think this report sets out why it's important to have that reserve.
Thank you, Alfie. Councillor Mooney, are we looking in? No. Councillor Heaney, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. It's just a question for Alfie. I just noticed during the break that the Daily Journal's running a story just around the expenditure on hotels by this council for the last 5 years of nearly 35 grand. I'm assuming you or your team are involved in putting that figure together just for the media. So could you get a wee breakdown of how that's made up? Does that, for example, include monies that council would have used during the jazz festival to pay for, give the city hotel to keep artists or stuff, or how's that made up?
So I don't know. I think I'm going to, I suppose I was just looking at total figures rather than the breakdown, but I'm happy to come back to you, Councillor Heaney, with the detail of that. I don't think it will include, it definitely won't include hotels in relation to the jazz festival and things like that. It's probably trips that's over a 4 or 5 year period, and it's probably lower than it would have been because the pandemic has reduced that significantly, but I am happy to provide you with more detail in relation to the breakdown of that. That's okay. Can you send that, sorry, Chair, to you, can you send that to the entire committee, Alfie, if you don't mind?
Yeah, no problem. And is there any further comments on this report at this stage? No. That has been proposed by Alderman Hussey, and seconded by Councillor Farrell. So we will move on to the next report, which is item number 11, which is Peace Plus update, and that is going to be taken by Alfie and Richard. Is that right, Alfie?
Yeah, Richard's online.
Richard's online. So Richard, if you want to go ahead.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yep. Okay. Thank you, Chair. So this report is to update members on the Peace Plus programme, particularly theme 1.4 and a couple of other opportunities within the programme, and seek members' endorsement for Council's project for submission for 1.4. Members know that obviously there's been numerous reports on Peace Plus through this committee and others. Obviously, officers are consistently and constantly looking for all external funding opportunities, and Peace Plus is really kind of the next one that's coming up in terms of launch, which is expected now in April this year, with the inaugural programme and monitoring committee planned for early May, following which a full schedule of timetable of calls will be published by SUPB. In terms of the SUPB, they've prioritised a number of programme of the thematic investment areas from the programme from May onwards, and these include theme 1.4, and this is the programme's major strands for capital investment with a budget of 75 million euros and a target to deliver 10 projects across the eligible programme area. with a budget of at least 2 million up to 12 to 15 million euros in value for a project. As with previous programmes, the guidance is that local authorities should prioritise and lead on only one significant capital project under this theme, so it can be strategic partner in other projects. Once launched, the application window will only be for 12 weeks, so roughly 3 months for project bids to be submitted. Successful projects aim to deliver on the strategic objective of to create more cohesive societies through increased provision of transformative shared space, and also looking at increased numbers of individuals regularly accessing new or reimagined, re-imaged spaces, in particular therein. There's some key assessment criteria set out. Just conscious of time, I won't go through that in detail, but the key criteria really are the top 2 boxes there. They're of a particular importance. So the beneficiary grouping remains that we've seen in previous peace programmes for this particular strand. Within the border regions, that's an 80-20 split between communities, and other regions it's a 60-40 with some exceptions across both. In terms of the key issues, officers, and in terms of looking at projects most suitable for 1.4, officers have reviewed all the potential capital projects the council currently has, and reviewed those against the criteria published by SUC to date, and how they critically align with the peace and reconciliation outcomes set by the programme. In addition to the programme criteria, there are also several technical requirements, foremost of which is the need for established partnership with the project beneficiary participants and groups, and for the design and development project to be at a stage where planning has been secured, or at least significant engagement with planning has been taking place, can be evidenced. From Council's capital project list, the project that presented with the greatest potential for success against this criteria as a council-led bid is the Glendoma Valley Shared Infrastructure Project. The project has significant potential, and it is the required cross community criteria and buy-in, and need to address peace and reconciliation issues in respect to a contested space in the Tully, Alley, Conerin and Drumahoe area. From a technical perspective, the project can be scaled up or scaled down accordingly to fit within the available funding. And furthermore, the need for play provision in Conerin and is tied into the development of the master plan for Tully Alley and Drumahoe Forest. Officers from the Green Infrastructure team advancing well with the project, having established a partnership with the local communities and who are directly involved in the co-design of the project, and a consultancy team has now been appointed for that project. So that's the project that is officers are laying out in terms of potential projects for 1.4. Also wanted to take the opportunity to just give a very brief position on the Riverine project. Members will be aware of the current status of the Riverine project, and joint meetings with Donegal County Council and SUPB have been held, and SUPB advised that a new Riverine application to the programme is welcomed. And however, as the Peace Plus programme is a new programme, the new full application will be required to be submitted for assessment by SUPB. And Donegal County Council have agreed to continue as lead partner and to lead a new bid and application to be submitted when 1.4 opens in hopefully in May. Also wanted to provide members with a brief update on externally led bids for which officers have been approached and engaged, and have been continuing engaged with. So a number of local projects there. There's the Boom Hall Trust, Northlands Centre, University of Ulster have been actively expressed their intent to submit projects and have sought council support endorsement for their respective bids. In terms of other areas of opportunity under the Peace Plus programme, again, just to give members a brief outline of the work that's ongoing, offers and scope. All the other investment areas have identified a number of opportunities to bid for significant funding, the council to lead and submit and or be strategic partner in a range of bids. Officers from the business, green infrastructure and energy teams scoping and exploring a number of potential projects under theme 2, delivering economic regeneration, and specifically under investment 2.1, which is SME development and transition, and also 2.4, which is smart towns and villages, as well as investment area 5.5, looking at geothermal demonstration project. Officers have been working to establish partnerships with a range of external partners, and to support that, there's a number of SED briefings, some of which have been held already and some are up and coming on these investment areas in the coming weeks, and members, officers are attending those and will be bringing further update reports to members as more details on these opportunities emerge. Through the Rural Issues Group, officers are working with rural partners to explore and scope potential opportunities under theme 4, health and inclusive communities, and specifically under the 4.2 rural regeneration and social inclusion investment area, and looking at how best council can support our rural communities through this call. And further reports will be brought before members through respective committees to update. In terms of the particularly financial impacts, officers will lead scoping and development of the above potential bids, and significant work has already been undertaken, but it's likely that additional resources will be required for technical development, consultative report and partnership development. Council received second tranche of funding and capacity and development funding from the Levelling Up Fund. It's proposed that this funding is used to support the ongoing exploration and scoping development of the potential opportunities above. The recommendations are that members are asked to endorse that council continues to work with Donegal County Council to submit the bid for Riverine project, endorsing the Dermot Valley GI project as council's bid under investment 1.4, and endorse that council provides strategic support where appropriate for external partners who are developing bids. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that, Richard. The first indicated speaker on this is Councillor Jackson.
I'm good, Chair, and on behalf of Sinn Féin, I want to thank Richard for the report and say that I'm content to support the recommendations that are put in front of us. And I suppose, firstly, it is good news to have that commitment from Donegal County Council that Riverine will be submitted as part of Peace Plus 1.4, and I think as a council we've been very clear in our commitment to the delivery of Riverine in its entirety, and this is another step in terms of exploring that delivery. I'm going to be parochial in relation to this, but I know I tabled a motion some years ago now around council's commitment to deliver play facilities in Curragh, and that's coming on the back of council securing planning permission for play facilities and much needed play facilities in the Curragh area, and it's and I think there was, as part of that motion, it was unanimously supported by council that we would commit to exploring all funding opportunities that are available. It goes without saying that Peace Plus or the Peace programme has delivered for this council area. It's delivered in its objectives in terms of bringing people together creating funding opportunities and delivering projects that are going to make a difference at grassroots level. There's probably, when you look at what has been delivered, it's very easy to acknowledge the role that SUPB have played in investing in our city and district. And this is the last opportunity because of the disastrous decision taken by the people of Britain to remove us from the European Union. We don't have this funding opportunity going forward. So this is our last chance to deliver and they grasp the opportunities that are available through Peace Plus. And in terms of making a difference at grassroots level, the delivery of play facilities, the investment in Polly Alley and the Drumahoe areas will make a massive impact in terms of bringing people together and improving those communities. So I'm delighted to see that that's included as part of the recommendations, and Council have held up their firm commitment that we would continue to explore every opportunity that's available to deliver play facilities and recreation facilities in those areas. So we fully endorse the recommendations, but it goes without saying that it's sad that these opportunities are going to be lost to our city and district as a result of Brexit. We don't have any faith that the British government is going to replace the funding opportunities that have been made available through the peace programme. And so if it's really important that we put forward the projects that are likely to be accepted and likely to be successful as part of this programme, because we won't have another bite at the cherry. This is it, and we're really encouraged to see the direction of travel that's contained within this report, and I look forward to finally seeing our commitment to this part of our city and district being realised as part of this application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And in supporting, was that you were proposing the recommendation, just for the record? Alderman Hussey?
Thank you, Chair. And like Councillor Jackson, I'm grateful that Donegal County Council have followed through on the meeting that we had just a couple of weeks back, when this commitment was given that they would be carrying on with Riverine and seeking entry in via Peace Plus. I also welcome the scheme. I'm aware of a lot of the issues in Tully Alley through another source. I'm not sure about the other two areas, but I'm aware of that, and that's welcome. 2.3 mentions deliver at least 10 projects. Is there any indication of what those projects actually are? We're talking about one here, but I'm mindful of the other 10, and I had understood that were projects to be spread across the entire district council area. So is there any indication of where those other projects are? Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Mooney, and then I'll go back to Richard for the questions there.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Richard for the comprehensive report. I don't sit on the peace panel for our party, but I know Councillor Tierney does. But on behalf of our party, I welcome the recommendations that set out in 5.1, endorsing the commitment to the Riverine project and also the Glendermot Valley project, which is very important, as it is an IDA, and the fact that where Council can look for the support any other partners who are developing bids. But it's an extremely exciting part of the peace process bid for the Glendermot Valley for Tully Alley, Currienear, and as Councillor Jackson has pointed out, residents in Currienear had a commitment for a play park, which unfortunately the planning permission lapsed in April last year. So Obviously, this will be exciting news. They will know about it because they will have been keeping their ear close to the ground on these matters. But certainly, without these supports, which has been rightly pointed out, is going to be running out. The external opportunities for this council to find money and to allocate money for all this infrastructure will be lost. And as you say, and as we rightly pointed out as well, the faith we have in the UK government and the British government's and the British government, especially trying to fulfil their obligations to match funding. The support we had previously, I don't have much faith in, but we will see in due course. But anyway, I'd like to stay welcome on behalf of our party, and we support the 3 recommendations contained in 5.1. Thank you, Chair.
Can I take that as a seconding for the recommend, just for the record to make sure we know who's doing what? Richard, Alderman Hussey had a couple of questions there in relation to the other projects. If you want to come back to him with a response there.
Yep, absolutely. Sorry, just to clarify, apologies, it's probably my wording. Obviously I know this inside out, so apologies. The 10 projects refers to the programme target for the SUPB programme. So that's the output target for the actual programme. The SUPB are hoping through the Peace Plus programme to fund at least 10 projects through the 75 million euros. I'd love it just to be our district area, but unfortunately that's not. That 75 million spread across the eligible area, which is obviously the whole of the north, parts of Scotland still included in that, and the border regions. Hopefully that.
Thank you. Thanks for that. And Alderman Hussey is content with that answer. I don't know if happy would be the description, but we've got a proposer and seconder for those recommendations. Any further comments before we move on? No? Councillor Tierney, go ahead.
Yep. Can I just declare an interest as a council appointee on the Peace Plus partnership? And although Councillor Mooney has already spoken and given our support to the recommendations, from 3.1 to 3.5, it talks about the Glendermot Valley Shared Green Infrastructure Project, and at 5.1.2, it asks us to endorse the Glendermot Valley Green Infrastructure Project as council's bid under investment area 1.4. Within that, from 3.1 to 3.5, it talks about Polyalley, Corrynearn and Drumahoe. And it also talks about the cross-community criteria and the need to address peace and reconciliation issues in respect of contested spaces in the 3 areas. Talks then about the project being able to be scaled up or scaled down once the funding becomes available. Doesn't tell us a whole lot what the project's about. You know, how is because I'm slightly confused, and we've seen incidents of graffiti being dubbed on walls over this last 48 hours in one of those areas. And from a genuine perspective, I'm sitting here wondering how a green infrastructure plan is going to tackle and address peace and reconciliation issues in an area across our district, which is probably one of the most high levels of those types of incidents. How does a green infrastructure plan address them? And how can we endorse something that there's very little detail about as a council bid for this particular aspect of the Peace Plus project?
All right, Karen's just going to come on that, and then I'll come back to you, Councillor Jackson.
Yeah, and I think through you, Chair, members, the team have been working along with the community to try and develop the concept, which results around community facilities in Tullyalley and Corrynearn, and indeed around the area. Members of ENR will have had a presentation in relation to the potential for the forest at Drumahoe, which would replace some of the infrastructure that was flooded at that area, and etc. But I think it's fair to say that, you know, the peace programme probably opens in May time, so we will have the opportunity to be able to update members before an application goes in and on the specifics of the actual project and what it may look like. That's what, as Richard outlined in the presentation, we have now we've set up a community steering group along with the community. We've also engaged a design team in order to sort of develop up some of the visuals and work that through to a bit more detail. So all of that will be available to members well ahead of the actual bid opening. But I think really from today's perspective, given I suppose the capital programme, the actual programme itself, the Peace Plus programme and what this is trying to achieve, from an officer perspective, we felt that this was the most realistic project to actually be able to fit the criteria over and above, obviously, Rivering, which we've been working with Donegal on up until now. So certainly, as I said, obviously, we've been doing quite a bit of work to start to scope this. We've got some of the project concepts. We then need to work with the community to develop that in a bit more detail, and we will have the opportunity to bring that to members in detail ahead of the call opening, and we go to actually submit it. So I suppose that's really where we are at often with these applications. We haven't got would have been great to have developed it more up by this stage, but really that's really where we've been able to do up until now.
Thanks, Karen. I think Richard was looking to come on there just to address that as well. Just keep your hand up there.
Yeah, sorry, just to add further to Karen's response there, and in response to Councillor Tierney's query there, obviously because we're using terms like capital in relation to peace, again, apologies for the lag, because again, being so close to it, it's maybe not quite as well articulated in the report. But obviously, Peace Plus programme, the capital projects, they inherently have to contain a programme of activity. So the physical asset or the physical project is one element, but then in addition, one very, very significant element of the assessment process is the programming that goes alongside it. It was the case for the Waterside Shared Village, it's the case for the Riverine project, and it will be the same case for this round under 1.4. And again, that's another element which the officer team is working directly with the community on, and the immediate beneficiary is to develop that programme, which obviously again will be funded through SUPB through as part of the project. And again, apologies, but it's probably a sort of just a language thing in terms of we're referring to it as a capital project, but members are obviously very familiar with all the projects that we've delivered in the past with Peace Plus funding, and critical to any assessment by SUPB will be the programming, and it's that bit which really is the bit that obviously SUPB focuses on in terms of the peace and reconciliation and building the relationships across the communities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson, were you looking to?
Gorman, Sharon, it was just on the back of Councillor Tierney's comments, and I suppose these projects, and particularly the Caribbean Play, have been, well, I suppose what this shows is the benefits of being spade ready and going through a lot of the processes and having the projects defined and planned out. But Richard sort of made the point that I was going to make. There are considerable programming funding that comes along with the peace funding, and we've seen the benefits of that through the Waterside Shared Village and the relationships that have been developed between Topple Hill and Irish Street, which addressed a lot of the issues that we're currently seeing between Carine and Drumahoe and Tully Alley. So we've seen how this works, and there's a track record of council working with the communities to try and develop those relationships and address some of the problems that we're currently experiencing. But just in relation to the Carine, like as a council, we endorsed that as part of the levelling up application, it was unsuccessful. But there was a clear commitment from us as a council that that's a priority. This is another commitment that we're putting forward, and we're working with the community to actually achieve a delivery. And I know Councillor Tierney's colleague, Councillor Mooney, would be very familiar with the plans in that area. So it isn't as if that this is coming from left field. This is coming on the back of many years of work, listening and working with the communities, and trying to deliver and address and meet the objectives that are set out as part of the peace programme. I am a member of the Peace Board as well, but just to point out that the council appointees on the Peace Plus Board have no say in relation to 1.4. Our remit is solely on 1.1. So I don't believe that there's a need to declare an interest as part of this. But it's really encouraging that council have identified that there's a need. They bring communities together to try and build on the work that has been delivered as part of the Watershed Shared Village, and try and address the issues that are prevalent elsewhere. So the recommendations is something that we fully endorse and support, and we're aware of a lot of the conversations as Councillor Tierney's colleague. I've no doubt about that. So there's this isn't we're not coming from a position of being in the dark in relation to this. This is an ongoing piece of work that's lasted some amount of time. The consultation has been extensive with the local communities, and I look forward to seeing it delivered. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. And as I say, that has been proposed and seconded in terms of approving the recommendations within the report. I don't have any further indicated speakers unless anybody wants to indicate now at this stage. Happy enough. We'll move forward on to the next item. Thank you. So the next item is item 12, which is the Council Policy Statement on Employers' Discretions and Severance and Redundancy Pay Scheme. And I am going to pass to Paula for that report.
Thank you, Chair. The purpose of this report is to seek members' approval on a policy statement outlining the employer's discretions under the Local Government Pension Scheme regulations and then the related severance and redundancy pay scheme. So the Council is required to publish and keep under review its policy statement on certain discretions it can exercise under the Local Government Pension Scheme regulations, and this policy is subject to review every 3 years. The Council also, in addition to that document, has a severance and redundancy pay scheme, which outlines the arrangements for employees who leave the Council as a result of voluntary or compulsory redundancy. This policy runs side by side with the other policy and is subject to review every 3 years. So we have reviewed both policies and have made very minor changes to reflect some changes in limits, maximum payments amounts as of April 23. The trade unions have been consulted on the policies and have confirmed their position is that both policies and discretions should remain unchanged. In terms of financial implications, there are no financial implications associated with this report at this time. However, any financial implications incurred as a result of these policies will be brought back to committee in future reports, and that's generally through the voluntary severance reports. So it's recommended that members approve the policy statement and the severance and redundancy pay scheme. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. Councillor Farrell.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Paula, for the report. I've got a question about this. So this about pension payments, about redundancy payments, about severance packages. It's about money in people's pockets, people that have devoted years of service to this council. And the unions have been consulted and they don't want to see any changes. But we're proposing changes.
Just through you, Chair, no, the changes that they don't want to see any changes. And to be honest, okay, so the change that they do not want to see is any change to the multiplier. There's no change to the multiplier. When I refer to changes, it's changes that we have to make in terms of bans, etc., through the pension scheme. The unions are happy because the changes are so minimal. The main thing the unions want and have outlined their position on is that the multiplier remains as it is, as it always has been, and that's still there.
So in terms of the changes, the only thing that's highlighted is point 16. Is that the only thing that's changed? Because it's not immediately clear. And so based on the feedback there, Paula, are you saying that the union is happy with this document as it currently is? And, you know, if we approve it today, the unions aren't going to be jumping up and down. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, they are very happy with the document, and it was confirmed and discussed with them at a meeting 2 weeks ago. And they're definitely content with the document. There'll be definitely no comeback.
Well, based on that, I'd like to propose that item.
Thank you, Councillor Farrell. Do we have any further indicated? Alderman Hussey is happy to second the recommendations. Any further comments or remarks? No? Okay, we will move forward. Item 13 is the coaching rate, and that's also Paula. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. The purpose of this report is to seek approval to increase the current coaching rate from £15 to £20 per hour for the relevant leisure and sports employees and workers. So council leisure facilities draw a significant amount of their income from swimming lessons and other sports coaching sessions. And we currently face challenges recruiting and retaining employees to deliver these sessions. And one of the contributing factors there is the current rate of pay. There are opportunities for our employees and for casual workers to earn higher rates of pay in private facilities across the council area. So councils across Northern Ireland have traditionally set their own coaching rates and do not apply an annual pay award. So the current rate of £15 per hour is lower than that paid in most other councils, and it has been some years since that rate has been reviewed. So it's recommended that we increase the coaching rate from £20 per hour and implement that from the 1st of January 2023. This is comparable to the rate paid now by most other councils, and the trade unions have been consulted and have agreed to this proposed rate. We're hoping with the increased hourly rate it should incentivise our employees to deliver coaching, which in turn should lead to more coaching sessions and thus increase the income into our leisure centres. The financial implications associated with this increase in coaching rate has been incorporated within our current budgets. It's recommended that members approve the new coaching rate of £20 per hour. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. Councillor Minnie, you indicated there.
Chair, just that I wanted to declare an interest, so I'll be abstaining on this matter anyway. So thank you.
Do we have any other indicated speakers that wish to comment on this item? No? Go ahead.
Happy to propose.
Happy to propose. Can I get a seconder for the item? Councillor Farrell. Happy days. So moving forward, item 14 is the Directorate Delivery Plan 23-24 for Strategic Planning and Support Services, and Ellen is going to be taking this report.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And this report presents for members' consideration and approval the delivery plan for the Strategic Planning and Support Services for the 23-24 year. As highlighted in the report, these annual plans help as a communication tool and also set out our framework for improvement. The document itself gives details of progress so far this year, and as I say, so far in terms of our service plan, we're 69% through completion for the third quarter. Again, in terms of this year's document as well, it also reflects what we're putting forward in terms of the two improvement objectives, one which is an existing one around customer care and support, and the second one is around implementing the the rates savings which were identified in the last few weeks. So the recommendation in front of members today is subject to your comments that the Strategic Planning Support Services Delivery Plan at Appendix 1 is approved. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Ellen. Would anyone like to speak on this report? No. Would anyone like to propose?
So proposed.
I'll second it, Alderman Devaney.
Thank you, Alderman Devaney and Councillor Farrell for that. So we'll move forward. Item 15 is the performance improvement objectives for 23-24. Ellen, I'll just pass back to you for that.
Again, through you, Chair, subject to members' comments today, we're seeking approval for the release of the draft improvement objectives 23-24 set out below. By way of reminder, as I say, this is all part of our duty in terms of continuous improvement under Part 12 of the Local Government Act 2014. And certainly one of the things is I would highlight to members that we normally bring this forward as part of the wider corporate and an improvement plan, but given the recommendations of the auditor this on last year to bring forward this process, what we're bringing forward today is the improvement objectives, and then we'll bring forward the bigger document in terms of June, at which time we'll also get the results of the consultation exercise. So as I say, at item 3.3, you can see the 4 improvement objectives, which we're suggesting go out to consultation, and the recommendation again in front of members today is subject to your comments that you give approval to release for public consultation the draft improvement objectives as set out. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Ellen. Have we anyone that would like to speak to this item? Alderman Hussey, go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you, Ellen. At the very end of all of the list, there's a section, how we will measure progress. And I noticed within that telephony, it's a bugbear of mine when we get a call back from council, and it's from our perspective, it's a missed call. We don't know who's called. Somebody has rung out and you ring back and you try and find out. I don't know, and I'm sure it's the same for members of the public. I don't know if there's any way of addressing that, but it's just a bugbear that I've had for some time, as you know well. And I'm just suggesting, is there some way that it could be looked at going forward? I don't know.
Through you, Chair, this was also an item that was highlighted as part of the member survey. And indeed, what we've done in the past now, and we've done a number of occasions now, we've emailed all our staff with a customer care etiquette, reminding them that if they do phone an elected member in particular, that they leave a message. Now, we'll keep reinforcing that till we actually deliver the results on that. I know it's difficult to do because you're not at the other end of the line, but we will keep doing that as part of our customer care training. Thank you.
Any other comments on this report, Councillor Tierney?
Just on that point that Alderman Hussey made, and Ellen's response was that staff will be reminded that if they ring an elected member, particularly, to leave a message. It should be that way for members of the public as well. And it should be blanket. If you're phoning out and you don't get someone, leave a message so that they can get back to you. Otherwise, other staff within council could spend 15 or 20 minutes running around to find out who it was actually ringing, whoever it may be that's called on to find out. So it should be blanket. If you're ringing someone outside and you can't get them, leave a message. Thank you.
You, Councillor Tierney. Any further comments on this item? Councillor Jackson, go ahead.
Chair, just a general point, just to sort of welcome the report in general, and because it does highlight the huge range of work that's carried out by this directorate, and I know a lot of it falls out of the core responsibilities of council, and that there does need to be more emphasis on the NAO or executive departments to be stepping up and delivering. But I suppose along with that, there's huge potential and there's huge there's huge challenges that come along with that as well. Just in relation to City Deal, for example, there's a tremendous work that's going on, and it has to be commended. But we bear in mind that there's inflationary construction costs that are presenting huge challenges to the directorate and the council corporately. So we do, if we're going to achieve the ambitions of this council, there does need to be more support from government. So whilst just in a broad sense, we endorse and welcome the report and congratulate everybody that's involved in the work of the directorate. But we do need support financially to meet the ambitions of this council. But until we get to a stage where there's an executive restored, there's a programme of government agreed, we endorse the direction of travel that this council's going on and trying to deliver key strategic projects that are, whilst we're in this vacuum. But I think just as a general point, we welcome the report that's in front of us today.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. I don't have any further indicated speakers, but I do need a proposer and seconder for the recommendations. Councillor Farrell. Councillor Mooney, thank you very much. So we will move forward. Item 16 is the coronation events funding, and I'm going to pass to Ellen for that.
And again, through you members, the purpose of this report is to advise members of correspondence, which is listed at Appendix 1 on behalf of a number of community organisations regarding funding for the up-and-coming coronation celebrations and to seek members' views. By way of background, members have been provided with details of some other correspondence which has also come to our attention via Solace. And also, we've also been made aware through that correspondence as well of the lottery funding. So the key issues as well in terms of council funding is that our funding programmes are currently closed. Whilst they're not all evaluated, to my understanding, there's limited evidence of applications regarding seeking support for the coronation-related initiatives. And it's further noted that those funding streams are based on a competitive process and that we have no dedicated funding earmarked for coronation celebrations. So therefore, the recommendations in front of members this afternoon is to note the contents of the report, and if members wish to make any comments in terms of options to address the funding of the coronation events, and we'd certainly take those on board. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen. Do we have anyone that wishes to comment on this report at this stage? Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ellen. I think this is a very important issue for this council and how they deal with the electors throughout the district. I can assure you that there are a considerable number of other groups who would have signed along this as well. And they represent groups throughout the entire district council area. I'm disappointed that we are told there's nothing basically the council can do. I'm minded that there are other councils in Northern Ireland who are providing support to communities within their council areas. And this council, for whatever reason, has not made that sort of provision. It's very disappointing. And I wonder, even at this late moment, is there no way that council can positively respond to this communication. As I say, it's not just the groups that are on that there. I'm aware of quite a number of other groups who would attest to that same feeling within the communication. There seems to be no empathy within this council chamber for those who would wish to celebrate and commemorate the coronation of His Majesty King Charles III. We have, for example, from the Department for Levelling Up, Housing and Communities, a whole series of things. Now, are there not issues in there that council can address and perhaps give support in kind to some of the things that people may wish to do? I notice, for example, road closures. Now, I know council do not deal with road closures, but council have been involved in road closures in the past and could perhaps be giving advice and support to those who might wish to seek road closures in their particular areas. I also note that within that from the Department for Levelling Up, Housing and Communities, council-led events. Council hasn't taken this into consideration. I don't know if the Mayor might wish to consider, as is suggested there, a Mayor's coronation party. We have tea dances. Is it not possible that the Mayor could consider a coronation party? And show that empathy and support for a significant minority within our council area. The Department for Culture, Media and Sport is offering a maximum of £45,000 grant funding to be used to host local screenings of the coronation concert and Eurovision. Is that not something that council could look positively at and perhaps submit an application to afford themselves of that grant? Now, I don't know if that's a total 45,000 or it's a specific, per application. But surely to goodness, with a bit of imagination, council could show a positive response to this communication that has been received by council. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alderman Devaney, or Alderman Hussey. Alderman Devaney is my next speaker. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing me in. And look, I support all the issues that Alderman Hussey has raised here. And look, we're looking for a help out here. And look, if the council can't, support in monetary and money or anything like that, is it possible for officers, as Alderman Hussey has said, some work in kind to help out maybe road closures or someone like that there? And look, Chair, I know that look, there'll be a number of people in the chamber will want to have nothing to do with the coronation of King Charles, and there are others who would want to be involved, and I understand that. But I think as a council, as we move forward on the wider issue, and on bringing good relations together, I think we should be doing what we can. And I believe, look, Chair, I'm going to propose that we ask officers to go into dialogue with some of those stakeholders who have written letters to us, just to find out, to see what their ask is and what help we can give as a council to those organisations that have the letters in here, and see what we can do to help. I would make that a proposal, Chair. And
Alderman Devaney, just if you're making a proposal, can you put it in the chat box just so we have it right? If that's okay.
And the thing is, Chair, we have a very, very short window of opportunity here, because as we know, the last full council will be near the end of March 27th or whatever it is. And after that, there is, we're in party then after that. And I would ask that officers maybe could go away and have dialogue with the groups that wrote in and have the conversation to see what we can do to facilitate them.
Chair, whenever that appears, I'm wishing to second it.
Does anybody wish to speak to the proposal that Alderman Devaney is putting forward about, or would they see the wording? Okay, we'll give you a wee second there, Alderman Devaney, and we'll come back to you. Councillor Jackson, do you want to speak there?
Good Chair, and just, I suppose I haven't seen the wording of the proposal, but based on the comments and the comments that were made by Alderman Devaney and Alderman Hussey, it's something that our party would be content to support. As Irish Republicans, I think there's no secret around our position with the monarchy, and it has been well documented. We do respect that there's quite a significant number of people within our city and district that do have an allegiance to a monarchy in Britain. And we've no difficulty respecting that. So if there's anything that we can do as a council to support communities who wish to take part in any events around the coronation of a king in Britain, we would support council officers working with that community and supporting them. I suppose I'm going to go back to the words of the late Martin McGuinness when he made the comment around that he's so confident in his Irishness that he's no desire to chip away at the Britishness of my neighbours. And that's a position of our party. We respect that there's people living in Ireland that have an allegiance to a monarchy in Britain, and we fully respect that. And in turn, we respect or expect unionist leaders. They respect the Irish identity of nationalists and Republicans that live on this island. And so in that spirit of good relations, it's just worth reminding that we support the motion that's in front of us. But we ask those from a unionist persuasion to respect that the identity that many of us and many of the citizens of the city and district identify as Irish nationalists and Republicans. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Donnelly.
Good Chair. It's a strange sort of report, but that throws me is the relevance of the Eurovision Song Contest, and I don't know what that's at, but maybe it could be a feeble attempt to sanitise the event. Look, the British Crown in Ireland, it's not what previous speaker has said, that there's some people living here and that, they wish to commemorate the event back home or something like that. This is an organisation, the figurehead of centuries of tyranny in this country, which is continuing, violating Irish sovereignty. It's a very, very wealthy, obscenely wealthy organisation. Golden thrones and worth billions of pounds. Much of that wealth regarding jewels and that has been pilfered from around the world, and a lot of it has been paid from the taxpayers, or So if the Crown wants to have all these festivities, I suggest that the Crown should fund it, and that would be my opinion too with church activities and that. It shouldn't be public money. Alderman Devaney said we want to help out here. As people in this chamber know, we have a cost of living crisis. We've seen the hardship fund that this council put out, and the phones went down within 20 minutes, within an hour anyway. And people are struggling. They heat or eat. People are going to food banks, and it's not just here in the 6 counties or in Ireland, all across Britain. People in Britain, there's a lot of people in Britain too who wouldn't disagree that this type of activity is obscene, and I think that this council shouldn't. I respect the right for those who, if they want to get involved in this activity, but we and the ratepayers of this city should not be paying for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. Councillor Barr.
Thank you, Chair. I can understand a lot of what Gary's saying there, Councillor Donnelly's saying there, but I have to say what I think Councillor Jackson hit the nail on the head. There are people in this council district who want to celebrate the coronation, and as much as it might be a better pull for some other people in the council district to swallow, I do think there should be some effort made to facilitate these groups. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barr. Councillor Tierney.
Thank you, Chair. The letter is signed by 13 different organisations from across this district, and listening to Alderman Devaney and Alderman Hussey, they're telling us that if time had been on their side, more organisations across this district would have been more than happy to put their names to that letter. But even at that, the 13 that are there, in my opinion, would represent quite a number of people across this district. I have no idea how many people, but I would say that it's a substantial figure. I have, and respectfully say to some of our unionist colleagues, have no desire whatsoever to even turn on my TV to watch the coronation of a British king. With respect, I say that because I have no connection to the monarchy or anything like that. But I do, I suppose, understand and respect that there are people within our city and district who will want to celebrate this occasion, and that's for them to do so. We have no issue in officers meeting with these organisations to see what the outcome may be. Councillor Donnelly's talked about, if the people want the Crown to do something, then the Crown could pay for it. We're not suggesting at this stage that it's going to be a financial ask. There could be officer support or assistance in some way that these organisations might be looking for. At this stage, we don't know. We're happy for officers to have a look at that. Just because we may not partake in those celebrations doesn't mean that we also want to stop others from partaking in them. I do just hope that whatever is organised across the city and district can be done in a respectful manner and understanding the complexities that this may bring for some people. And we do see on occasion where one particular side of our community is having an event that may become offensive to the other side, and the same vice versa. I just hope that, the organisations here, and I know some of the members of some of them, they're good, responsible community workers, and I hope that we can just do this in a manner which reflects for them the importance of the of the occasion, and for people from my background, the complexity around it, and maybe it's something that we can sit down and work together on to make sure that there's no difficult issues that crop up over that time. And some members here, we're at a meeting on Friday where we discussed a lot of this, Chair. So I think that's important as well, that we're, as a council, that we're engaged in that, particularly leading up to a sensitive time. But as I say, look, we have no issue in officers meeting with the groups to see what they can do. I am slightly concerned about the timing of this because we are running on to the last full council meeting. I'm also conscious, and I hope other members are as well, that what's agreed here today can't be actioned upon until it's ratified at full council. I'm assuming that we're going to allow a bit of latitude on that with the timeframes that we're working towards, and that this can be done and hopefully something brought back to us in time for full council do we have a look at it, and whatever the outcome of that particular meeting is with these organisations can be brought back in a further report hopefully to full council at the end of the month so we can have a discussion and make a decision on it. But for our point of view, we've no issue at this stage of officers going out and having a look to see what's needed and what can be done, or what support can be offered to apply potentially for other funding that may be out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Are you looking to make a point there?
Just briefly, take on board Councillor Tierney's point there about times and everything else. And I think you will notice that the lead group on this seems to be the Northwest Region, or the Northwest Cultural Partnership. And that may be the initial contact that should be made. I don't know if it's possible that that contact can be made before the council meeting at the end of the month, that some sort of report could be backed in on it, that council will have an idea of what's being taken forward. But I'm sure that would certainly be appreciated by those involved. And can I remind Councillor Donnelly that the people involved here are ratepayers also? Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. At this stage, we have a proposal on the screen that has been proposed and seconded. Councillor Donnelly, I'm not too sure if you were against it, because I don't know if I need to go to a vote, or if you're happy enough for council officers to meet with them. There's no commitment.
I'm voting against that, Chair.
You're voting against it. I think it might be best to take that to a vote just to be safe on it, and then we'll move forward.
Okay, so just for to be clear, the vote is for the proposal that's on the screen. So Alderman Alan Breesland. Still online? Don't think so. He's still there. Can you hear me, Alderman Breesland? Jim, Alderman Devaney?
For.
Thank you. Alderman Hussey?
For.
Alderman Thompson? Is Alderman Thompson still on?
For.
Yeah. Councillor Raymond Barr? Councillor Gary Donnelly?
Against.
Councillor Rory Farrell? Councillor Conor Heaney? Councillor Christopher Jackson? Councillor Emma McGinley?
For.
Councillor Rory McHugh?
For.
Councillor Sean Mooney? Councillor Declan Norris? And Councillor Brian Tierney. Okay, so (12 for, 1 against, and I haven't got Alderman Breesland. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Karen. So that proposal carries. Just for clarity, is it possible to do that in advance of full council?
You, Chair, will certainly engage, try to make that engagement as soon as possible. I would also, there was a point of clarification and just wanted to come back on it in terms of the 45,000 for DCMS, and that is the amount of money DCMS is offering up for the screen support for all 11 councils. So that's the total figure, not 45,000.
Well, if we can get 4,000 or 5,000 out of them, we'll take it.
Thank you.
Chair, can I just ask, what happens if this work isn't done before full council? Well, that's the point is then that it can't be agreed by council. So it needs to be done before full council.
Through you, Chair, we'll engage with the group and indeed explore the options, and we can update the paper and bring that back to council for full council. Thanks.
Okay, so thanks for that. So just in terms of the recommendation within the report, in addition to the proposals being brought forward, if I could get a proposer and seconder for the recommendations. Oh.
Well,
it's just for clarity. I just don't want him to do anything wrong, I suppose. Okay, so we can move forward then. Yep. Okay. So that moves us to item 17, which is the pre-election period recess, and that's Ellen also.
Yes.
Chair, this is an administrative norm at this particular time. Therefore, I propose the recommendation.
I would second it.
Okay, thank you. So moving forward, item 18 is the findings of the councillor satisfaction survey 22-23. Ellen, I'll pass it to you.
Yes, and through you, Chair and members, this is report provides a briefing to members on the findings of the councillor satisfaction survey and to seek your endorsement of the subsequent updates and proposed actions. As you can see from the papers, there was 55% return rate. Thankfully, the satisfaction ratings were quite high, and what we've done is go through each of the pieces of feedback we've got and proposed a number of improvement actions. So again, in terms of the recommendations in front of members today, it's subject to your views that you note the findings of the survey and you endorse the associated updates and proposed actions. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Ellen. Do we have anyone that would like to speak to that? Or Councillor Tierney, go ahead.
Yep, thank you, and thanks to Ellen for the report. And I was one of the only 2 members that filled on me
too.
my survey, and I assume that I'm also one of the 6% of the 22% who wasn't satisfied or very satisfied with ModGov, and I say that genuinely because the new one is not in any way, in my opinion, satisfactory. I had an issue even at the beginning of this meeting again with getting into it, and I find that really, really frustrating whenever you're trying to work on things. But I see that I'm in a minority, but I would imagine that most have the old ModGov and haven't been moved up yet. But look, the results from my survey speak for themselves. I'm relatively well satisfied with the service that we get, and I would imagine that that's shared with those that filled out the survey and potentially those who didn't, who just haven't. I would imagine they're satisfied, but they just haven't returned their survey. So thank you for the report, and thanks for all the work that you do to support us in our roles as elected representatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Anyone further that wants to speak? Let me just move this down.
Seconded.
Just Councillor Farrier seconded. Yep, happy days, perfect. Okay, so we will move forward then. Item 19 is the retrospective approval for conference, and Ellen, that's back to you.
Yes, through you. Again, this report is part of our normal procedures and to seek retrospective approval for member attendance at the NILGA local government conference, which was held on the 23rd of February. I suppose the details and expressions of interest in this were quite late, so to bring to GSP. So what we're seeking today is retrospective approval for the attendance of 2 of our council members at the conference, as I say, in February. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Ellen. Would any member like to speak to that item or to propose or second the recommendations? Councillor Minnie, have to propose. Can I get a... Sir, or Alderman?
No, I'm not seconding, just on the basis of my declaration, I'm abstaining.
Okay, no problem. Is there a seconder for the Councillor Farrell? Thank you very much. So I'll move forward. So item 20 is the membership of organisations and associations for 23-24. And again, this is Ellen.
Sorry, before you do that, just on a point of accuracy, I note that in the conference assessment form with regard to mileage, Castledertoma 54 miles return, definitely isn't as far as that. On the assessment form.
Noted. Okay, thank you. So we'll just move forward then, Ellen, to item 20. Thank you.
Yes, so this report seeks members' approval in relation to the continued membership of a number of organisations or association. We do this annually so that members know what we're subscribing to, but all of the organisations relate to local government or council endorsed activities, and in many cases elected members take part in the activities or play a role in the governance of the bodies. So they're all identified there at paragraph 2.2, and and the recommendation in front of members today is that, subject to your comments, that membership of the organisations or association identified in this report is maintained for 23-24, and I would also advise that rates provision has been made within the rates for the continued membership. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Ellen. Have we any members wishing to speak to this item?
No
Councillor
proposed,
Tierney?
Chair.
Sorry, Alderman Devaney, I'll take your proposal. Councillor Tierney's looking to make some comments there.
Thank you, and thanks for the report. 2.2 of the report lays out 5 bullet points or organisations which we are subscribed to. I can see the rationale for some of them. And I'm asking this genuinely because I don't know the answer to the question. And so I'm asking genuinely, what do we get for the money that we spend on Friends of the Sun? What do we get for that? Or why do we pay it? Where does that, what do they do with the money? I'm genuinely interested because I don't know. What do they do with the money? Or what do we get for the money? You know, all the rest of them you can see, you know, NILGA, the National Association of Councillors, APSI, and the Local Government Partnership and Travellers issues. All that I can understand why we're involved with them and all that. I don't understand and I understand what we do and what we get back and stuff from those other 4 organisations, but I genuinely don't understand what we do or what we get back from being Friends of the Sun.
Ellen.
Through Chair, this is an organisation which, again, Council approved membership of a number of years ago. We do have elected members represented to that particular association, and if members today wish, I would draw attention to the 3.2, and what we can do is bring back a more detailed report, because, as I say, I would prefer to bring you back a report in detail as opposed to just an overview this afternoon. Thank you.
Happy enough with that, Councillor Tierney? Okay. Any further comments on this item? So we've had a proposal from Alderman Devaney. Could I get a seconder for the recommendations, please? Anybody?
Seconded.
Alderman Hussey, thank you very much. So that moves us forward to item 21, which is the Scheme of Allowances for 2023. And that's Ellen as well, please.
Through you, Chair, again, this is a report advises members of the Consolidated Councillor Allowance Circular, which has been issued by the Department for Communities in January, and also to seek approval for an updated scheme of allowances based on that circular. As you can see from the report, the Department for Communities annually provides circulars relating to councillor allowances, and the idea is that each year the new circular supersedes the previous one. Again, in terms of this particular item, I would highlight to members that previously members had decided to reject the proposed increases in the basic allowances for elected members, and also at the May meeting last year of this particular committee, again, members recommended that the council doesn't accept the updated scheme of allowances, and indeed, I suppose members would be aware that subsequently used the savings in making up hardship payments to citizens. So again, as I say, this circular, again, the most recent one, provides a further update in terms of basic pay or basic allowances and special responsibility allowances. Now, in terms of the key issue, I would note that the current scheme of allowances, which is currently being paid to members here in the chamber, it's based on the 2019-20 rates and the 22-23 rates for dependents carers allowance, which was agreed last year. In effect, if we moved straight away from the current 19-20 rates to the 21-22, because these are in arrears, So it would be an increase from the 1st of April 22. There would be an increase in the basic and special responsibility allowances. I would also note that the subsistence allowances remain unchanged from 2015 and travel allowances remain at the 2017 rates. I suppose is all I would highlight as well. In terms of our scheme, we also give an allowance to the mayor and deputy mayor, and this updated scheme actually says that it remains fixed at the July 20 rates pending a council decision to modify that. Again, and I would also note that there is a wee bit of, as I say, because of the fact that audit committee went to bi-monthly, there is a wee bit of capacity in around £6,000 in terms of our maximum payable allowances in that. I suppose the other important thing is that, I mean, given that this council has itself identified that there is a cost of living crisis, the report notes that the continued freeze on allowances may be unsustainable, and the recommendation in front of members for consideration is subject to your comments. The updated scheme set out Appendix 2 is adopted. I would also note, as I say, and it's in the report, that provision has been made within this year's budgets for the payment of this particular up-to-date circular. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen. My first indicated speaker on this is Councillor Jackson.
Good, Chair, and I suppose from our perspective, we reflect back on the decision taken by this committee and endorsed by Council at 2.4. They reject any pay increase for members. That remains our party's position, and the latest circular doesn't change that. So just a wee bit of clarity in relation to this. Is this a decision for this committee? Because I do think in the current climate, the cost of living crisis, though, is biting people. It's impacting households, and it's absurd that we would be sitting here as elected representatives taking a decision on any scheme of allowances for ourselves. If that is a decision for us, it's not something that our party wouldn't support an increase at this minute in time. So that's our position. But I suppose it's unclear within the report whether or not we're asked for a decision on that. But if we are, that's our position. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to take a different view than Councillor Jackson. We've just been discussing our membership of the National Association of Councillors, who are totally behind the scheme of allowances as printed. I've been at NAC meetings and been assured that the local government spokespersons for all of the major parties are behind the allowances and the support given to councillors. At the very beginning, we had workers in with regard to what they were paid, which was below living wage, and in some cases not even meeting minimum wage. I don't know what hours other councillors put in, and I'm not being disparaging in saying that. But when I take the hours that I work as a councillor, I more or less take it as a full-time job. And when I work that out, I know that my hourly rate is less than £8 per hour. I work on the basis of a 40-hour week. I don't work in somebody else's office or anything else. So on one hand, we are saying to workers, we support you and you should be getting a proper payment for your work. But we're not saying that to ourselves. We also compared when we looked at the coaching rate. Other councils were paying more. Well, hang on a minute. Am I not as good as a councillor in another area? And should I be being paid less? Am I not doing as good a job as somebody else in another council? Why should that apply to me? Plus the fact this scheme will kick in for new councillors in this chamber. So we're tying their hands as we move forward. I'm sorry, I do support the recommendation that the scheme of allowances set out in Appendix 2. I haven't looked at Appendix 2, but I'm assuming that's the 22 scheme. I support that be adopted by this council, as has been recommended by the local government spokespersons for each of the main parties. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey. Alderman Thompson.
Thanks, Chair. And again, I would be of the same frame of mind as Alderman Hussey. I have looked at this in detail, and if you go to 4.4, it says that we have acknowledged that there is a cost of living crisis, and that we are supporting the workers in our own council and elsewhere. And from that point of view, I believe that the recommendations there are substantial, not substantial, but what is required. And on that vein, I would be happy to second Alderman Hussey's proposal.
Thank you, Alderman Thompson. Councillor Tierney.
Thank you, Chair. And thanks for the report. I'm almost afraid to use this analogy in case it's taken generally out there in the public, but this is about like turkeys voting for Christmas. I understand, genuinely understand what Alderman Hussey is saying. And I treat this as a full-time job as well, and a lot of our members do. And I think if we're going to be fair and honest, I think the majority of the 40 councillors across this chamber do as well. If you look at the time commitment required in this council, and I speak to some of my colleagues across the north, and the time commitment for them is not, in my opinion, anyway comparative to what we have, because there are so many working groups, and when you take your role here within the chamber, that takes up a substantial amount of your time. And then you take up your role within your community as well, and your casework and your constituency work and all of that. It is quite time consuming. So when you break it down, many people, I think it isn't even an option to treat it as a full-time job. It's not something that they decide to do. It's just something that becomes part of the role. But unfortunately for many, the salary doesn't reflect that. I'm lucky enough that I have another role as well, but many councillors don't. And for many of them, they're unable to take on another role because of their role within this council. But I am also, I suppose, uncomfortable, if I'm going to be honest, with making a decision on whether or not I get a pay raise. It wouldn't happen anywhere else. Nurses don't have the opportunity to vote, to set their own pay. If they did, I'm pretty sure there wouldn't be very many of them on the picket line. The housing executive maintenance workers, our own council staff, there's workers from right across our communities who don't get this opportunity. I'm also conscious for people who have caring responsibilities, who have only got one income, and who genuinely put their heart and soul into this role, that rejecting this may seem unfair. But we're also dealing with a cost of living crisis as well, and it may look, there is no other organisation that has the opportunity to set their own pay and decide themselves with, but 8 of us in this room and a few councillors online who have a vote on this. to decide whether or not we get a £1,300 pay rise, because that's what you're talking about, £1,300. And if I read the report correctly, that's backdated until April last year. You know, people don't have that opportunity. So I think, you know, from my perspective, I am slightly uncomfortable with making this decision. And I know Councillor Jackson asked, is it a decision that the committee should be making? I would like to see the answer. And I would, you know, there are so many different perspectives in this. We have 11 within our group here on this council, all with very different individual circumstances. And I don't think they should be bunched in any way in the decision. I would prefer if we took a bit of time to consider this and possibly had a discussion about this at full council. That way you have, well, you would hopefully have the majority of the members in the chamber and being able to make an informed decision rather than, you know, a number of us here and then a paper going to the health or the full council. And we all know that unless it's pulled out of the minutes, it will go through with very little conversation. I would prefer that the 40 members or those that are here for that particular time, but certainly a higher percentage of members than what's here today, have that discussion at full council. And I would put that as a proposal that we allow time at full council to have this discussion as a council after we find out if it's an appropriate decision for people who will benefit from the outcome, potentially benefit from the outcome of the decision, to be the decision maker. Thank you.
At this point, first, Councillor Tierney, we do already have a proposal on the floor that we'll have to go to a vote before we can look at yours, because it's been proposed and seconded. So
I would like to amend the proposal that's on the floor, that we defer it to full council.
Can that happen if it's already been proposed and seconded? We have to take. So we'd have to. We would have to take a vote on it first. That's the.
It's been proposed and seconded.
Maybe, I don't know if this is possible, but maybe the proposer of the recommendation might, if it's possible, withdraw it with the view of having that conversation at full council where there's a more reflective group of people who can take a more informed decision.
Chair, through you, Chair, can I remind Councillor Tierney, the issue will have to be ratified at full council anyway. And there will be a full discussion, I'm sure, at full council. And I'm mindful, you know, of all of the points that are being made, but that cost of living crisis applies to councillors as well as anybody else. And further, if we decided to go with it, there's nothing to prevent any councillor who says, no, I don't want to take that, I'll hand it back.
Okay, Councillor Donnelly.
Chair, it is an awkward one, you know. Politicians, it's a dirty word, and there's a lot of misconceptions out there because people assume that councillors are on the gravy train because of what we see in Stormont and Westminster and the huge expenses and the subsidised meals. You're quite right. We are all tarred with the same brush, but the reality on the ground for councillors and aldermen is completely different. Well, for some of us anyway. I want to know how Alderman Hussey can get away with doing 40 hours a week. To me, that's sort of...
That's my minimum.
Right. And you're quite right. If you divide it out, it's well below the minimum wage. And I did listen to the workers in here earlier saying that they were 20 grand and you know, more well below that. Some councillors on here have a lot are business people. Some have other jobs. But the problem for some people, Chair, is that, and I'm glad to see within, I think it's this report, that the chairs it's stated in it that chairs and vice chairs can refuse to take the money. I knew that, Chair, and the reason why I knew that is because I didn't take my money. And the reason why I didn't take the money is because of the situation, and I'm not unique here, that people find the money that councillors are getting in some family circumstances is so low that people have to get benefits to top it up. That's the reality. Probably not a lot of people out there know that, and there's probably very little sympathy. But that is the reality for if you are a councillor and there's one allowance coming into that home. A raise, a slight raise, could do out of money. You could lose, your dental treatment. You could lose your school uniforms. You could lose the free school meals. So that is the reason why some councillors wouldn't take it. And my position is, I don't want the raise, can't afford the raise, but I can't sit here today and impose that on somebody else who might want it and who might definitely need it. So we find ourselves well, I do anyway, find myself in a very strange position. So, if it was to go to a vote, then I would abstain, not because I'm looking for the money or not, because I won't impose on somebody else who might want and will need that raise. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ranley. So I think there was a question for clarification that we will probably need before we can go to a vote for everybody. So Ellen, I think it was just on around, is it the position as committee to make that decision?
Yeah, through you, Chair. I mean, we have brought this report to members every single year since the start of the new council. It's in the format it is. Firstly, because it allows members discretion to decide what's right for their council, and also the governance arrangements on which the special responsibility allowances are based are unique to each council. So therefore it has to come back to the council to make a decision on the entirety of the scheme of allowances. So I do, just in following up in terms of the issue of what's called renunciation under Section 10 of the scheme, I mean, it actually says councillors may, if they wish, renounce all or part of their entitlement to basic chairperson, vice chairperson or special responsibility allowances. So not only is there discretion at council level, there's also discretion at each individual member level within this current scheme that's being proposed. And again, in terms of that renunciation process, DFC have been flexible in that the sense is that it's an administrative arrangement for each council with party political agreement, how we do that. So again, that's a discretion within it. So thank you, members.
One comment. I know NAC, the major issue they have is with one word, and that is the word with regard to basic allowance maximum. If that word was removed, it just takes the whole issue, changes the whole issue.
Yeah, well, if you don't, sorry, Chair, so if you don't mind, see that discretion that you're talking about for individual members. Could you explain that a wee bit for me, please?
Again, and I hope you don't mind me, Councillor Donnelly, following on from your comment, members have in the past sort of said for their own personal circumstances, they didn't want to take the whole of allowance. So that would have been something that, as I say, we could have facilitated within the scheme.
But is that for the special responsibility allowance or is that for the basic?
Includes basic, chairpersons, vice chairpersons, or any other responsibility allowances, because you had the partnership panel one as well.
So at this stage, folks, we have a proposal that's been seconded on the floor to approve the recommendations within the report. We know that some people have indicated that that's not their view. So it's my opinion that we should take it to a vote at this stage. Go ahead before.
Can I just get some clarity?
Yes.
The proposal at the moment is to accept the recommendation.
The proposal,
accept.
The proposal is that subject to members' comments that the updated scheme of allowances set out in Appendix 2 is adopted.
Right.
That's what's been proposed.
Right. So if that's defeated, that doesn't mean that we're not accepting it as well, because if it's defeated, I want to suggest that we defer it to full council.
That's doable. That's
That's doable?
It's doable.
Thank you.
But we'll go to a vote now at this stage.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, then in terms of the proposal in front of you, Alderman Alan Breesland.
He's there, but I don't know if he's there.
Okay. Right. Well, Alderman Morris Devaney. Alderman Derek Hussey. Alderman Drew Thompson.
For.
Councillor Raymond Barr.
Abstain.
Councillor Gary Donnelly.
Abstain.
Councillor Rory Farrell.
Against.
Councillor Conor Heaney. Councillor Christopher Jackson.
Against.
Councillor Emma McGinley.
Against.
Councillor Rory McHugh.
Against.
Councillor Sean Mooney.
Against.
Councillor Declan Norris.
Yes.
And Councillor Brian Tierney. Okay. So that is 3 for. Eight against and 2 abstentions, Chair.
Thank you, Karen. So I'm going to pass back to Councillor Tierney. You'd indicated you wanted to make a further proposal. But
Chair, it's just a proposal that we defer a decision on this until full council for the reasons that I've already outlined. I don't want to hold us back any longer. So.
Okay, Alderman Alan Breesland. Still not here. Alderman Morris Devaney.
For.
Thank you. Alderman Derek Hussey. Alderman Drew Thompson.
For.
Councillor Raymond Barr.
Abstain.
Councillor Gary Donnelly.
Abstain.
Councillor Rory Farrell. Councillor Conor Heaney.
For.
Councillor Christopher Jackson.
For.
Councillor Emma McGinley.
For.
Councillor Rory McHugh.
For.
Councillor Sean Mooney. Councillor Declan Norris. And Councillor Brian Tierney.
For.
Okay, so that is 11 for and 2 abstentions, so that passes, Chair.
thank you, members. So we will. Councillor Donnelly.
Chair, are we supposed to declare an interest on this, or?
I don't know. I don't know.
Perhaps some more so than others going forward.
We'll get clarity on that for full council when it's being discussed. So thank you for that. So going forward, that's been deferred to full council. At this stage, I am conscious of the time and I want to see what members want to do. It's 8 o'clock. The next 3 items are open for information. Then we have 6 that are in.
Propose that you conclude the meeting with the business.
So if we can conclude here and reconvene, is that your, or would you like to push through? Push through? Are we happy enough to go for? I don't mind either way. So
It only means coming back on holiday.
Well-
Derek's already on these 40 hours, so you may as well just keep going.
well, if we're happy enough, we'll continue on then. Thank you very much. So as I say, items 22 to 24 are open for information. Is there anyone that wants to raise any items that are within that section? Councillor Farrell?
Yeah, very briefly, item 24 or 23 is correspondence, and it's specifically the response from the Treasury regarding our request to increase the amount of money available for city deal projects. And I know we had this discussion and we had this debate before, and there's a massive amount of construction inflation, which is making city deal more expensive to deliver. We've written to the Treasury asking them to give us more money, and the answer is no. There's a budget and you need to stick to that. Obviously, that's disappointing. It's expected as well. But what we have to remember is that the inflationary crisis that is being experienced here in England, Scotland and Wales, a large amount of that is due to Tory economic policy. They've created this mess. They're making They're causing this inflation. They are making, by their policies and their interventions, these city deal projects more expensive to deliver, and they won't pony up. So I think it's disgraceful. People here are being left to carry the burden, and the Tory government are just abdicating all responsibility. So I think that should be noted. We're not happy with that response. We're not happy with the position of the Tory government, but it's to be expected.
Thank you, Councillor Farrell, and those comments will be noted. Is there any other items for information that people would like to speak to? Councillor Jackson has asked that he's brought on before we go into confidential, so go ahead.
Good Chair, and I suppose I deliberately didn't tell you the reason why I was asked to come on, but I'm conscious that this is the last meeting of this committee, and I just wanted to take this opportunity to congratulate yourself for the way you've conducted the business of this committee over the last year. From our perspective, you've conducted the business in a fair and equitable manner, and I just want to congratulate you for the role that you've played in conducting the business of this committee over the last year. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Councillor Tierney.
Thank you, Chair. You looked a wee bit embarrassed there whenever you were. Thank you, Chair, for bringing me in. Look, on behalf of our group as well, we want to say thank you and well done on your year as chair of this committee. We have found that you've always been fair and always allowed us the time and space to get our point of view across. Probably me more so than the rest of them, because I go around the world a wee bit. But no, we've always found you to be fair and given us a fair chance. I think as well, with respect, we should point out that you're not actually on this council that long, and for someone who is only one of the newer councillors to step into particularly this committee and do such a good job, I think you've done very, very well. So thank you on behalf of our group. And you never know, you might be doing one next year, you never know.
Stop it. Councillor Donnelly, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair, and I'm not prolonging the awkwardness, but just to be associated with the remarks that's already been said. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Hussey.
I think when you, Chair, said that you didn't think you'd ever find yourself in the position of agreeing with me, if you remember, that was on Friday. Chair, as Vice Chair of Committee, can I thank you for leaving me nothing to do? And like others, just congratulate you on your successful year as Chair of this committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Now that awkwardness is over, can I get a proposer and seconder to go into confidential, please? Connor and Christopher, everybody, happy days. Just give it a wee second.